A loud boom erupted as all of the attacks exploded upon making contact with the black light, threatening to tear it apart in an instant. However, right at this moment, golden and silver light suddenly erupted from within the black light, and the golden and silver light swelled drastically before splitting into two. A vast expanse of black light appeared over a radius of several tens of feet with golden and silver light shimmering at its center. All of the bone arrows, silver saber projections, and the fiery WIRM vanished without a trace into the black light. The devastating combined attack had disappeared as if it had never even existed in the first place. What remained was a pair of still figures enshrouded black light, inspecting everyone around them with cold looks in their eyes. Revolving evil spirit light, the high priest exclaimed as her heart sank upon seeing this. All of a sudden, the pair of black Rakshasa beings joined hands while pointing their spare hands directly at the woman and her daughter. The black light split up, and two thin threads, one golden and one silver, shot forth from within. Dodge! Don't take it head-on, the woman hurriedly warned as she turned to Bai Zhuer. At the same time, white light flashed from her body, and she flew back as a streak of white light to take evasive measures. The young woman's heart also jolted with shock, and she wanted to evade as well, but it was already too late for her with her core formation stage cultivation base. A thin golden thread appeared before as if by instantaneous teleportation, and she had no choice but to let loose another bone arrow in response. On this occasion, instead of splitting up into countless more arrows, the bone arrow transformed into a pillar of light that was around as thick as an arm before striking the oncoming thin thread. The size difference between the two was quite a significant one, but their clash was completely soundless. Immediately thereafter, the pillar of light faltered before suddenly shooting back. The young woman was completely caught off guard by this sudden development, and she didn't have any time to adopt any defensive measures. As such, she could only let loose a cry of surprise before reflexively using her bow as a shield. She was the one who had unleashed that arrow, so she was naturally well aware of just how powerful it was. If she were to be struck by this reflected attack, both her body and soul would instantly be reduced to nothingness. She could even already hear a cry of despair from her mother. In the next instant, the bow in her hands was blasted away by the pillar of light, and a scorching sensation immediately enveloped her entire body. Her face turned deathly pale, and she could only close her eyes to await her inevitable doom. Right in this instant, someone suddenly grabbed the back of her collar and gently wrenched her away, following which she abruptly disappeared amid a flash of azure light. An earth-shattering boom then rang out, and the young woman opened her eyes with a startled look on her face to find that she was currently situated over 100 feet from where she'd been standing just a moment ago. The pillar of light had passed through the exact spot where she was situated before crashing into the wall of the palace. It clashed with the five-colored light restriction amid a flash of piercing spiritual light before being reduced to nothingness. However, the thin thread behind the pillar of light didn't also follow suit and crash into the wall. Instead, it abruptly changed direction and hurtled toward the young woman again. Arg! The young woman let loose a cry of alarm. However, before she had a chance to do anything, her collar tightened, and the scenes around her blurred as she was wrenched elsewhere again. Only then did the young woman return to her senses, and she hurriedly turned her head to discover a man standing behind her with a calm expression and a hand laid casually on her back. This man was naturally none other than Han Li. After the golden thread in the distance missed its target, it suddenly swerved around to fly toward the young woman again as if it refused to rest until she was dead. Elsewhere in the palace, the high priestess was also desperately evading a similar silver thread. However, she was a nascent soul stage being, after all, and with the four white-robed serpentine beings assisting her in keeping the silver thread at bay, she was able to just barely ensure self-preservation for now. So it can reflect attacks, that's quite interesting. Han Li murmured to himself before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a swath of grey light instantly appeared before Baijour. However, the golden thread merely faltered for a split second after plunging into the divine essence fused light before puncturing through it without any impediment. Baijour's face paled again upon seeing this. However, a layer of 5 colored flames then immediately appeared thereafter to enshroud the golden thread again. The extraordinarily fast thin thread immediately slowed down significantly after entering the 5 colored flames, as if it were a fish caught in a net. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, but his smile quickly stiffened in the next instant. This was because the thin thread suddenly pierced through the 5 colored flames just as it had done with the divine essence fused light, then continued on toward the young woman. Following this startling turn of events, Baijour's heart sank even further, and she was well and truly in despair. However, what unfolded next had her flabbergasted yet again. The thin thread swayed and suddenly disappeared on the spot without any premonition. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted before Han Li, and the golden thread emerged before flying directly toward his face at an astonishing speed. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes, but he made no effort to evade as a cold look appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth in response. A ball of silver flames erupted from his mouth, crashing into the golden thread in a flash. An astonishing turn of events then unfolded. Even the divine essence fused light and 5 glacial flames were unable to trap the golden thread, yet it was stopped cold by the silver flames as if it had encountered the bane of its existence, and it curled up into an egg-sized ball amid a faint sizzling sound. The silver fireball then transformed into a small silver bird, while the golden ball melted away within its body at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, vanishing into nothingness in virtually an instant. The silver fire raven then spread its wings and let loose a triumphant cry before disappearing in a wraith-like manner. In the next instant, silver light flashed before the silver thread that was giving the high priestess an extremely hard time, and the fire raven reappeared before devouring the pesky thread. A dull thump then rang out as the silver fire raven exploded on the spot, dissipating into specks of silver light. Only then did Han Li turn toward the pair of black Rakshasa beings with a hint of a smile on his face. The previous sequence of clashes seemed to be quite complex, but they actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. All of the fire young beings heaved a long sigh of relief, having just escaped that life-threatening ordeal. Only then did they finally understand how the higher-ups of the other 2 races had been eradicated so easily. The high priests of the other 2 races were inferior in power to their high priestess, even before she'd consumed the immortal fruit. However, even after consuming the immortal fruit to forcibly enhance her cultivation base, there was still no way that she could have been able to take even a single attack from that revolving evil spirit light. As such, the woman was ecstatic that Han Li just so happened to possess an ability that could oppose this light. It was quite clear that none of them would be able to oppose these 2 black Rakshasa monarchs, so they had no choice but to rely on Han Li. With that in mind, the woman immediately cautioned, "Be on your guard, Senior Han. Not only can that revolving evil spirit light reflect attacks, it can disregard most restrictions and abilities, and it's extremely poisonous. If one were to be struck by it, the poison would immediately spread to all parts of the body, and there's no way to get rid of it." Many of the powerful beings of our Naga race had fallen to this accursed light many years ago. The woman was quite concerned that Han Li would be adversely affected by the revolving evil spirit light after it had been devoured by the silver fire raven that had flown out from his body. Poison, eh? A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. However, seeing as his spirit engulfing heavenly flames were able to devour this so-called revolving evil spirit light, it would have naturally already converted the poison into energy that could be used by him, so there was no way that it'd be able to harm him. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to divulge the spirit engulfing heavenly flames abilities to the woman. He merely nodded to acknowledge the fact that he'd heard her words of caution. Throughout this entire process, his eyes remained firmly fixed on the 2 black Rakshasa beings. "You dare to devour the revolving evil spirit light?" Han Li was unable to glean the expressions of the two black Rakshasa monarchs as they were enshrouded under black light, but the astonishment in their voices was quite apparent. Hee, this ability of yours is quite interesting, it's just a pity that you haven't honed it to a passable degree. Otherwise, even my flames wouldn't have been able to vanquish it so easily. Alright, looks like there really are only two of you here. I'll take care of you two as quickly as possible so I can go back and rest, Han Li chuckled before striding directly toward the two black Rakshasa beings. He didn't appear to be moving very quickly, but each and every step he took covered a distance of several tens of feet, and he was soon just over 200 feet away from the two black Rakshasa monarchs. At the same time, brilliant golden light erupted from Han Li's body, and a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin. Simultaneously, a golden halo surfaced above his head, and at the center of the halo sat a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 of the projection's 3 faces were quite clear, both of which were identical to Han Li's appearance, while the third one remained rather blurry and indistinct. Not only were the Fire Yang beings astonished by this new ability that Han Li was unveiling, even the 2 black Rakshasa beings within the black light were quite taken aback. The black light around them immediately began to buzz before tremoring and warping, transforming into a giant black blade around 70 to 80 feet in length in a flash. The blade then hurtled toward Han Li with ferocious might. The giant blade was completely inky black with an arc of golden and silver light flashing at its center, creating a rather mysterious sight to behold. A resounding boom rang out, and a massive golden hand that was no smaller than the blade appeared beneath the latter before lifting it upward. The two clashed, and black and golden light flashed violently. The massive golden hand remained completely still, and the giant blade was forced to falter in midair. Both the black Rakshasa beings were stunned to see this. However, the golden-eyed black Rakshasa being then immediately made a hand seal, and her body instantly swelled to several times its original size. At the same time, golden light flashed from her tail, and a massive golden hook tail was manifested, then hurled toward Han Li like lightning. Meanwhile, the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being opened her mouth, and a sinister look flashed through her eyes as she let loose a guttural beastly snarl. Immediately thereafter, a swath of white mist appeared above her head. Silver light flashed within the mist, and a giant man-faced centipede projection emerged. The silver light flashed again, and the projection also pounced toward Han Li as a streak of silver light. The man-faced centipede opened its cavernous mouth mid-flight, and a vast expanse of silver light was expelled from within. In the face of this joint attack unleashed by the 2 black Rakshasa monarchs, Han Li continued to remain completely expressionless. He merely swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens of small azure flying swords shot forth. These swords then blurred before flying toward the giant golden hook as azure sword projections. The golden hook emitted a ringing sound as countless runes suddenly appeared on its surface, making it appear as if it were about to unleash some kind of powerful ability. However, in the next instant, azure light flashed, and the azure sword chi converged upon the golden hook, following which the latter let loose an anguished wail before plummeting from above, having been sliced into countless pieces. The golden-eyed black Rakshasa being was quite stunned to see this. At the same time, Han Li raised his other hand in the face of the man-faced centipede, and he spread open his 5 fingers as his hand turned into an inky black color. A gray light barrier then instantly appeared before Han Li, keeping the silver light unleashed by the centipede at bay. After that, silver light flashed from the center of his palm, and a miniature black mountain suddenly appeared. Han Li took a glance at the oncoming man-faced centipede and flipped his hand over in a nonchalant manner. An astonishing scene then ensued. The miniature mountain instantly disappeared as he did so, and in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the man-faced centipede, following which the miniature mountain appeared amid a flash of gray light. At the same time, the the miniature black mountain swelled drastically to over 100 feet tall in the blink of an eye before crashing down upon the man-faced centipede's back with devastating force. A look of excruciating pain appeared on the human face of the centipede projection, and it let loose a series of shrill screeches as its body was forced to plummet from the sky by the immense weight of the divine Sisyphus mountain. The silver-eyed black Rakshasa being was stunned to see this, and she hurriedly made a series of hand seals. As she did so, a series of silver lines appeared on her gorgeous feminine face, presenting quite a sinister sight to behold. She then opened her mouth to expel a mouthful of silver blood essence, and as soon as this blood essence appeared, it transformed into a string of silver runes amid a dull thump. These silver runes then disappeared in a flash into the body of the centipede projection. As a result, the man-faced centipede seemed to have received a significant power boost. Silver light flashed from its body, and it began to squirm beneath the black mountain. In fact, half of its body had already coiled around the lower half of the mountain, and it was attempting to topple the mountain through brute strength alone. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he pointed at the mountain from afar while uttering the word heavy. The black mountain shuddered as a burst of mundane gray light emanated from it. Its form didn't appear to have changed at all, but its weight was suddenly increased in excess of tenfold. The man-faced centipede was just barely able to withstand the immense weight of the mountain a moment ago, but that fine balance was instantly shattered as it was sent plummeting down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, causing the entire palace to tremor violently, and the small black mountain forced the man-faced centipede firmly into the ground. A crater that was around 300 feet in size and over 10 feet deep was smashed into the ground, and the black mountain sat firmly at the center of the crater. The man-faced centipede beneath it let loose a cry of anguish before dissipating into specks of silver light. The strange stone blocks that Han Li had fused with the divine Sisyphus mountain were comparable in weight to gargantuan mountains, so the mountain was certainly far too heavy for the centipede to withstand. In the instant that the centipede protection was destroyed, the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being's face paled, and she threw up a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was of a blackish-red color on this occasion, rather than silver color it had been before. All of this had taken place in the mere span of just a few breaths. The golden-eyed black Rakshasa being was still reeling from the fact that her giant golden hook had been vanquished so easily by Han Li's flying swords, and her expression abruptly changed as she realized that her companion had sustained significant injuries. As such, her body swayed, and she immediately appeared behind the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being before laying a hand on her back. Golden and silver light flashed from the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being's body, and her complexion improved significantly. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this before pointing a finger toward the several tens of azure flying swords in the air. All of the flying swords shuddered before flashing toward his two opponents as lightning-fast azure threads. Shock and horror finally appeared on the faces of the two black Rakshasa beings upon seeing this, and they exchanged a glance before suddenly raising an arm each. Two more balls of black light surfaced as a result before enshrouding their bodies. Right in that instant, the azure thread struck the black light. A cold expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he immediately activated his sword arts without any hesitation. All of the azure threads shuddered at his behest before transforming into azure flying swords, each of which was around a foot in length. However, all of them had become extremely faint, as if they'd been turned into mere projections. This was none other than the void form ability that Han Li's newly refined flying swords had obtained. In their new insubstantial form, the swords were able to puncture through the black light in their way without any impediment. The two black Rakshasa beings were clearly caught completely off guard by this incredible development, and they immediately fled for their lives with shock and horror etched on their faces at the sight of the oncoming flying swords. However, the swords were far too fast for them to evade at such close quarters. The flying swords pierced through the air, and two howls of anguish rang out in quick succession as countless bolts were punctured into the bodies of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. all of the Fire Yang beings were ecstatic to see this. However, blue light suddenly flashed in Han Li's eyes, and his body swayed as he arrived beside the remains of the two black Rakshasa beings, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. He then extended both arms at once before grabbing the nearby air like lightning. A layer of silver flames immediately erupted from each of his hands, and two balls of light, one golden and one silver, were forced out of thin air, then enveloped by these fierce silver flames. The balls of light were then revealed to be a golden centipede and a silver centipede. The two centipedes were only several inches in size, but they each had the face of a female human that were identical to the faces of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. The two centipedes were trapped within the silver flames, screeching incessantly with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. The golden and silver light emanating from their bodies was none other than the revolving evil spirit light, and they would have been able to escape in the face of any other ability. Unfortunately for them, Han Li's spirit engulfing heavenly flames completely dominated their revolving evil spirit light, thereby placing them at his mercy. Han Li had no intention of letting these two go. He joined his flaming hands and rubbed them together in a casual manner. The golden and silver lights being emitted from the bodies of the two centipedes quickly dissipated, and the centipedes themselves were then reduced to nothingness by the silver flames. Only then had Han Li truly slain the two black Rakshasa monarchs. However, he didn't think much of this. During their clashes, he was able to deduce that these two were merely early deity transformation stage beings at most, and if it weren't for their revolving evil spirit light, he would have slain them within seconds. However, Han Li was rather intrigued by the fact that he had been unable to detect their cultivation bases with his spiritual sense. As such, his gaze immediately fell on the remains of the two black Rakshasa beings. He made a grabbing motion, and both sets of remains slowly flew up into the air toward him. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and blue light flashed from his pupils as he conducted a thorough examination. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he waved a hand toward each of the two sets of remains. Two sections of black veil emerged from the bodies of the two women before landing in his grasp. Han Li took a quick glance at the black veils before immediately flipping his hands over, upon which they disappeared. At this moment, the woman made her way over to Han Li with her daughter by her side, and she wore an elated look as she said, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior Han. Our Fire Yang race will never forget your kindness." As for the two black veils that Han Li had just taken, she didn't mention anything about them and merely pretended as if she had never even seen them. Han Li smiled as he stowed away his flying swords and black mountain. He then rustled a sleeve, and a ball of golden light shot forth before transforming into a small leopard-like beast that landed on the ground several feet in front of him. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. The Fire Yang beings faltered initially upon seeing this beast, but all of them drew sharp breaths after sweeping their spiritual sense toward it. The immensely powerful aura emanating from the body of this little beast sent chills running down even the high priestess' spine. "Go and kill all of the black Rakshasa beings," Han Li instructed in a concise manner. A ferocious light appeared in the leopard Kirin beast's eyes upon hearing this, and its body swayed as it manifested 7 or 8 identical projections, all of which rushed out of the palace at once. The beastly projections merely blurred before reappearing several hundred feet away, and after just another, they'd completely disappeared out of sight. The speed at which they were moving was truly astonishing. The woman only managed to barely recompose her expression after a short while, but the shock in her heart still lingered. A thought then immediately occurred to her, and she suddenly produced a badge before rapidly pointing at it a few times while chanting something. Spiritual light immediately flashed from the badge, and the 5-colored light barrier outside the palace instantly vanished. "Seeing as everything has been taken care of here, I'll be going back to rest now. Don't worry about that spirit beast, it'll come back to me after all of the enemies have been destroyed," Han Li said in a calm manner. Before the Fire Yang beings could express their gratitude toward him again, azure light flashed from his body, and they flew out of the palace as a streak of azure light, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The fire young beings were left to their own devices with awestruck expression in their eyes. After a long while, one of the white-robed serpentine beings heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "Thank heavens you convinced this Mr. Han to stay, High Priestess. Otherwise, our entire race would have most likely been eradicated." Indeed. We were all quite perplexed by High Priestess' decision to give the divine pill away to an outsider, but I can see now that we've been far too short-sighted, another white-robed priest chimed in with a nod. However, a wry smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing these words of praise. "You two think far too highly of me. I only gave the divine pill away as there was no other alternative, and thankfully, my final roll of the dice resulted in a favorable outcome. We were blessed by the heavens to have discovered someone as powerful as Mr. Han. Zhuer, how do you think Mr. Han compares with your master?" The woman turned to her daughter with a serious look on her face. Bai Zhuer's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a brief pause did she hesitantly reply, "My master is a fifth-tier upper race being, but even if she were here in person, it'd still most likely be a lot more difficult for her to slay those two black Rakshasa monarchs." The young woman's reply was rather ambiguous, but the implications behind her words were quite apparent, and the woman nodded in response. However, peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the white-robed priests upon hearing this, and one of them murmured, "Could it be that Mr. Han is a powerful upper race being? In that case, even the most powerful being in the nearby region, Layman Silver Shark, wouldn't be a match for him." That may not necessarily be the case. Layman Silver Shark is a spatial tempering stage being, and cultivation arts, as well as treasures, are extremely important in deciding the outcome of battles, so it would be unfair for us to make such comparisons, the woman replied. All of the white-robed serpentine beings nodded with contemplative expressions upon hearing this, and they all fell silent. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. "How long does Mr. Han plan to stay on Fire Cloud Island? Does he have any intention of permanently settling here?" The woman could sense what the priest was trying to ask, and she immediately shook her head before replying, "I'm not sure, but he most likely won't leave right away. Having said that, it's also very unlikely that he would choose to stay on our island permanently. Someone of Senior Han's powers surely wouldn't be willing to confine themselves to a small island like ours." The other white-robed serpentine beings furrowed their brows upon hearing this, and the entire palace fell silent again. "All right, we'll discuss these matters another time. The battle outside hasn't reached a conclusion yet. Even though the two black Rakshasa monarchs have been slain, there could still be other high-grade black Rakshasa beings out there. Mr. Han's spirit beast is indeed quite powerful, but we can't just let it do all the work for us, so let's join the battle outside as well. The sooner we can get rid of all of these black Rakshasa beings, the fewer casualties our race would incur," the woman suddenly instructed. All of the white-robed serpentine beings immediately bowed and nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thus, the 6 of them flew out of the palace and rushed toward the locations where the battle was most intense. A short while later, Hanli returned to his wooden cabin and reactivated the restriction before taking a seat on the wooden bed in a cross-legged manner. A contemplative look then appeared on his face. The 2 most powerful black Rakshasa monarchs had already been slain, so the leopard Kirin beast would be more than enough to take care of the rest of the battle. As such, he'd already returned the favor for the pill that the woman had bestowed upon him. All he had to do now was rest and recover for around half a year, and he should be back to his peak condition. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he abruptly flipped a hand over. Black light flashed, and a thin veil appeared over his hand. This was none other than one of the treasures he'd taken from the remains of the black Rakshasa monarchs. Han Li stared at the veil in his hand, and an intrigued look appeared on his face. This was a thin black veil that was quite smooth and soft to the touch, and also gave off a rather cool sensation. Just by adjusting the orientation of the veil under the light, Hanli could see faint black runes on its surface, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary treasure. After inspecting the veil for a while, Hanli extended a finger toward it, and azure light flashed from his fingertip as he injected a vast amount of pure spiritual power into the treasure. He then flicked his wrist, and the black veil rose up into the air before transforming into a piece of semi-transparent material that was around 10 feet in size. Hanli inspected the item through narrowed eyes, then cast an incantation seal toward it. The incantation seal disappeared into the black veil in a flash, following which it descended toward Hanli and completely obscured his body. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that the veil landed on Hanli's body, he suddenly became quite blurry and indistinct, and he completely disappeared after a few flashes. A hint of surprise appeared on Hanli's face as he inspected his hands, then glanced at his concealed body. Immediately thereafter, blue light suddenly flashed within his eyes, and it was only growing brighter and brighter. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected, he was unable to see through this veil's concealment ability unless he activated his spirit eye ability to its very maximal extent. Those two black Rakshasa beings had presumably used these treasures to sneak their way into the palace. With that in mind, Hanli released a wisp of spiritual sense and attempted to pierce through the veil with it. However, as soon as his spiritual sense made contact with the black veil, he felt as if it had fallen into a vast expanse of illusionary mist, making it completely impossible for it to pass through the veil. It appeared that this treasure was responsible for his inability to identify the cultivation bases of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly grabbed onto a corner of the black veil before casting an incantation seal. Black light flashed from the veil, and it abruptly disappeared into his robes. Hanli then used his spiritual sense to assess his own body several times, following which a pleased look appeared on his face. This black veil was indeed quite a brilliant treasure as it had exemplary concealment abilities. In fact, it was second only to the high zenith invisibility talisman among the concealment treasures that he possessed. The high zenith invisibility talisman did indeed possess extraordinary concealment abilities, but it also had many limitations. Not only did it severely hamper his speed, the treasures and cultivation arts he could use with the talisman activated were also significantly restricted. In contrast, the black veil was slightly inferior in terms of concealment ability, but it had none of the aforementioned drawbacks. Furthermore, its concealment ability would become more potent the more powerful its user was. If it weren't for the fact that the two black Rakshasa monarchs possessed cultivation bases that were far inferior to his, he wouldn't have been able to see through them so easily. Hanli experimented with the black veil for a while longer before stowing it away. After that, Hanli closed his eyes and began to engage in silent cultivation. Golden light flashed from his body, and golden halos proliferated above his head as the seated golden projection appeared once again. Hanli remained completely still, and several days passed by in a flash. During this time, the woman had brought a batch of rare spirit medicines and high-grade spirit stones to his doorstep in person. On that occasion, Hanli hadn't opened the door to greet her. Instead, he merely asked her to place the medicines and spirit stones outside the door, clearly indicating that he had no intention of entertaining any guests during the upcoming period of time. The woman naturally didn't dare to express any displeasure toward this, and she immediately set the items down outside the wooden cabin before taking her leave. Only then did Hanli get the weeping soul beast to carry the items into the room. Throughout this process, he didn't leave his bed nor open his eyes even once. One day passed by after another, and several months flew by in a flash. Following another flash, the thin thread re-entered through the light barrier, encountering no obstruction whatsoever yet again. The fire raven then blasted the thin thread out of its mouth again, aiming it at a wooden chair in the room on this occasion. The scenes that unfolded next immediately sent a stir running through Han Li's heart. After the thin thread flashed past the wooden chair, the latter immediately turned into a pitch-black color before being corroded into nothingness. This golden and silver thread really was extraordinarily toxic. Han Li exhaled as he made a hand seal, and the silver fire raven flew toward him before disappearing into his body in a flash. Han Li then closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. However, in the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes again as his brows furrowed slightly. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside. Junior Qing Xiao is here to pay her respects to Mr. Han. May I have the honor of requesting an audience with you, Mr. Han? This was an unfamiliar female voice that carried with it an irresistible air. Qing Xiao. Han Li was rather perplexed. He was sure that this was definitely the first time he'd heard such a name. With that in mind, Han Li released his spiritual sense, and it passed through the white light barrier, thereby allowing him to glean the scenes outside the wooden cabin. There, he discovered a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s in an azure palatial dress. She was extremely beautiful, and there was an indescribable air of regal grace about her. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward her to find that this young woman possessed a mid-deity transformation stage cultivation. After a brief pause, he slowly asked, "Who are you? You're not a Fire Yang being from Fire Cloud Island, are you? How do you know that I'm staying here?" "I'm the master of Baijuer of the Fire Yang race. I heard that the Fire Yang race was in grave danger, so I came here to offer them my assistance, but I heard that you had already saved the entire race. My disciple told me that you're immensely powerful and could be a senior of the upper 3 tiers of upper race, so I decided to pay you a visit in the hopes that I could perhaps learn something," the woman said with an earnest smile on her face. "You're that little girl's master. All right, I wanted to come out of seclusion in the next few days anyway, and I also have some questions for you. Seeing as you've paid me a visit, it looks like I have no choice but to meet you," Han Li chuckled. Before Qing Xiao had a chance to reply again, the white light barrier around the wooden cabin suddenly dissipated, immediately following which the wooden door opened of its own accord. The woman hesitated briefly before calmly making her way into the cabin. After entering the cabin and catching sight of Han Li, a hint of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. It was quite clear that Han Li's youthful appearance came as quite a surprise to her. However, a respectful look immediately appeared on her face after she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, and she extended a curtsy as she said, "You really are a being of the upper 3 tiers of the upper race. It appears I was right to come here. Your cultivation base is nothing to be scoffed at either, fellow Daoist. Take a seat," Han Li said in a calm manner as he inspected the woman with a faint hint of blue light flashing through his eyes. Qing Xiao expressed her gratitude before taking a seat on a wooden chair beside the bed. "You're using wind attribute cultivation arts, right?" Han Li suddenly asked. His question immediately brought a hint of surprise to the woman's face. "How did you know, senior? Could it be that we've met before?" Qing Xiao asked. "That's not the case. It's just that your movements are quite light and graceful, and the aura of the treasures you're carrying are all of the wind attribute, so I deduced that you were perhaps a wind attribute cultivator," Han Li explained in a calm manner. Han Li's reply was quite nonchalant, but the woman was quite stunned. It wasn't difficult to identify a person's cultivation base at a glance, but it was quite extraordinary that he was able to even identify the attributes of the treasures hidden within her body. As these thoughts raced through her mind, the expression on Qing Xiao's face became even more respectful as she carefully said, "Your wisdom is truly unmatched, senior. I am indeed mainly using wind attribute cultivation arts. I heard from Zhuer that you're a sword cultivator, and that you're not from our Flame Coral Islands, senior. May I ask if you're from the Thunder Continent or perhaps elsewhere in this nearby region?" Han Li smiled upon hearing this, and he replied, I'm neither from the Thunder Continent nor from anywhere nearby. Qing Zhao's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but a thought then suddenly occurred to her as she exclaimed, Does that mean you're from another continent, senior? You really are a smart person, Fairy Qing, Han Li replied with a smile. Qing Zhao's heart jolted with shock upon hearing Han Li's admission. Only after a long while did the shock on her face fade, and she exhaled as she said, The fact that you were able to get here from another continent is a testament to your abilities, senior. It's no wonder that you were able to kill those two black Rakshasa monarchs so easily. However, most seniors from other continents traveling to our Thunder Continent wouldn't pass through our Flame Coral Islands, so you're the first cultivator from another continent to have graced this region in the past 10,000 years. When you put it that way, I feel quite honored. However, I must clarify something. I never intended to come here, and I only ended up in this place as a result of an accident, Han Li replied with a wry smile. Regardless of how you got here, it's undeniable that you possess extraordinary powers, senior. I've encountered a few issues with my cultivation recently. Would you be able to enlighten me, senior? Qing Zhao asked with a smile. I wouldn't dare to claim that I can provide you with enlightenment, but we can certainly exchange our knowledge with one another, Han Li replied with a calm nod. Qing Zhao was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately expressed her gratitude. She was naturally aware that even though Han Li was speaking about this as if it were a fair exchange, she was the one that would be benefiting far more from this due to the vast disparity between their cultivation bases. Thus, the woman began to make cultivation-related inquiries to Han Li. Even though the cultivation arts they were using differed quite drastically, there were common issues that the vast majority of cultivators encountered at certain points in their cultivation. Han Li made no effort to hide anything either. After carefully listening to the issues she raised, he really did give her some useful instructions. Even though he didn't say much, he was still a spatial tempering cultivator, so his guidance was undoubtedly vastly beneficial to Qing Zhao. As such, she was ecstatic as she listened with rapt focus, and her eyes were bright with excitement. Of course, the woman also revealed some of her cultivation secrets during this process, and some of those aspects were also somewhat helpful to Han Li as well. Thus, the two of them conversed with each other for half a day. After Han Li answered the woman's final questions, she closed her eyes and silently processed his response for a long while before suddenly opening her eyes. She then rose to her feet and extended a grateful bow toward Han Li as she said, Thank you for your guidance, senior. Your teachings have saved me at least several decades of arduous cultivation. It wasn't much, I was merely answering your questions. Besides, I have some things that I'd like to ask you as well, so it'll be an exchange of sorts, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Please ask me any questions you may have, and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my ability, senior, Qing Zhao declared without any hesitation. I don't have any particularly complex questions. I just wanted to ask you if there were any long-distance teleportation formations nearby that could teleport me to another continent, Han Li said in a serious voice. Teleportation formations. Are you trying to get back to your own continent, senior? Qing Zhao immediately guessed Han Li's intentions. Indeed. I'm almost fully healed from my injuries, and I don't intend to stay here for much longer. According to my experience, long-distance teleportation formations should exist in all places inhabited by large numbers of cultivators, Han Li replied with a nod. A wry smile appeared on Qing Zhao's face upon hearing this. That is indeed true, senior, but I'm going to have to disappoint you. What? There are no teleportation formations here. Han Li's heart sank a little upon hearing this. If you'd come here several thousand years ago, then there would still be a teleportation formation on Flame Coral Islands that led straight to the Thunder Continent. However, this formation was destroyed by a massive beast from another region of the sea thousands of years ago, and the high-grade cultivators guarding the formation have also all been devoured by this beast. Unless you're confident in your abilities to fly to the Thunder Continent, I'm afraid this region of the sea is virtually inescapable, Senior Han. I presume that's also why the Black Rakshasa race were able to reveal themselves in such a reckless manner and suddenly attack the Naga race, Qing Shao sighed. Han Li was silent for a long while before a grim expression appeared on his face, and he asked, "Is there no way to repair the teleportation formation?" "If we had sufficient materials, it would certainly be possible to repair the formation," Qing Shao replied. "Oh. From the sounds of it, the main caveat here is the inability to gather sufficient materials." Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. He was carrying many types of rare materials, so he was starting to grow hopeful again. "We've gathered most of the materials required, but the main core that ensures the function of the teleportation formation is a chunk of spatial cloud crystal, and that material is extremely rare. There are only a few mines that produce such a material on our Thunder Continent, and it's impossible to find it here," the woman explained. Spatial cloud crystal. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed upon hearing this. It was his first time hearing such a name. However, that was not all that surprising. After all, teleportation formations were extremely profound, and each continent most likely had a different method of constructing them, thereby necessitating the use of different materials. Just as Han Li's expression was gradually darkening even further, Qing Shao suddenly said something that instilled him with renewed hope. "This region of the sea has a few decent spirit veins, but cultivation resources are sorely lacking, and many people have reached bottlenecks, only to find themselves unable to progress any further. After a few more millennia, all of the cultivation resources in this area would most likely be completely exhausted. If you intend to hunt down this beast, then how about you join forces with us, Senior?" the woman offered with a smile. She then paused momentarily before continuing, "Truth be told, I left my cave abode on this occasion to visit Layman Silver Shark on his island as he was trying to organize another hunting party to kill that sea beast. I've actually come here to visit you with the intention of inviting you to come along with us, Senior. If you can repair the teleportation formation, then of course I wouldn't mind working with all of you," Han Li replied with a smile. "Rest assured, Senior, we have all of the other materials ready, as well as capable formation masters who are able to repair the formation. All that we're missing is the spatial cloud crystal," Qing Shao said with an elated expression. "That's good to hear." Han Li nodded in response. "With your assistance, there's a good chance that we'll be able to succeed this time. Layman Silver Shark has asked everyone to gather on Blue Lake Island located to the south in 4 months, and the hunting party will set off from there to search for that sea beast. If you truly intend to join us, then you'll just have to turn up on the designated date with this Silver Shark badge." Qing Shao flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering silver badge as she spoke. Han Li accepted the badge from her before giving it a quick inspection. The badge was of a gleaming silver hue, as if it had been forged from pure silver, and there was a large, shark character emblazoned onto its surface. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he stowed the badge away. Qing Shao was overjoyed to see Han Li agree to join their hunting party so quickly, and she chatted with Han Li for a while longer before finally taking her leave after extending a respectful bow. After she flew away as a streak of white light, the white light barrier appeared around the wooden cabin once again, and at the same time, the wooden doors slowly swung shut. Over 2 months later, a long cry, an incessant cry erupted from the foot of the small mountain, piercing straight into the heavens. Almost all of the fire young beings on the island heard this cry, and all of them turned toward that direction with bewilderment etched on their faces. The high priestess was discussing some things within the palace with some high-grade serpentine beings, and she immediately emerged from the palace upon hearing this sound. She stood on the plaza and cast her gaze toward the small mountain with a peculiar look on her face. Moments later, the long cry drew to an abrupt conclusion, following which a streak of azure light shot forth from the foot of the mountain. Hanli raised an eyebrow as he looked on at the mist in the distance, which was only growing denser as time passed, but he merely continued onward without any pause. As Hanli forged ahead, the wind and snow in the air above became even more frosty, but the sea was bubbling and churning as if it had reached a boiling point. However, Hanli merely ignored these peculiar scenes and continued to fly onward. After traveling for several tens of kilometers, the mist suddenly disappeared up ahead, and Hanli was greeted by the sight of a translucent island of ice. The snowstorm had already ceased here, but the air temperature only plummeted even further. The seawater here had also frozen to form a thin layer of ice, creating a stark contrast with the boiling seawater that Hanli had just witnessed not long ago. Hanli didn't take much time to ponder the issue before flying directly toward the icy island. From a distance, he could tell that this was quite a large island, one that was several times larger than Fire Cloud Island. This island was most likely the Blue Lake Island that had been annotated on the map. With Hanli's current speed, he was naturally able to reach the edge of the island in the blink of an eye. However, before he'd flown onto the island, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted up ahead from deep within the island. Hanli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this menacing roar, and all of the blood within his body began to churn violently. A bewildered look appeared on Hanli's face as he drew to an abrupt halt. He then immediately made a hand seal, and golden light flashed from his body as he activated his Provenance True Devil Arts. Through doing so, he was able to forcibly repress his churning blood, but before his bodily condition had completely returned to normal, the skin on his back was suddenly struck by a scorching sensation, as if it were being directly baked over an open flame. Hanli's brows furrowed, and he immediately took off the upper half of his robes to reveal his upper body. He then raised a hand, and a ball of golden light shot forth before transforming into a shimmering golden mirror. The mirror revolved in the air before appearing above Hanli, and spiritual light flashed from its surface as it instantly revealed to Hanli the scenes currently unfolding on his back. From the image in the mirror, Hanli discovered that 4 extremely clear and vivid tattoo-like images had appeared on his back. There was a vibrant rainbow phoenix, a massive azure bird, a 5-claws golden dragon, and a 5-colored peacock. These were none other than the manifestations of the 4 true spirit bloods that Hanli had absorbed into his own body. At this moment, not only were these 4 images shimmering with spiritual light, they were moving around incessantly as if they'd sprung to life. If it weren't for the fact that the power of his Provenance True Devil Arts was repressing them, it appeared that the 4 true spirit bloods were preparing to fly out of his body. Hanli was naturally quite astonished to see this. He had already used the 12 awakening transformations to completely refine the 4 true spirit bloods, so how was this happening? Furthermore, all of this had been caused by nothing more than that thunderous roar. Hanli's mind was racing rapidly, yet before he had a chance to figure anything out, another resounding roar erupted in the distance. Brilliant light erupted from the true spirit images on his back, and they began to thrash around even more violently, as if they were attempting to find some avenue through which they could leave his body. Hanli harumphed coldly as he made a hand seal, and golden light radiated from his body, following which the true spirit images immediately ceased moving. Hanli took a deep breath before waving a hand through the air, and the small golden mirror exploded with a dull thump, then dissipated into specks of golden light. Meanwhile, Hanli transformed into a streak of azure light and flew deeper into Ice Island, heading directly toward the direction where the thunderous roars had erupted from. These unsettling roars were able to disrupt the true spirit bloods that he'd already refined in his body, so he certainly couldn't leave this mystery unresolved. His decision to venture further into the island was also contributed to by the fact that he'd become vastly more powerful, to the extent that virtually no beings below the body integration stage could pose a substantial threat to him. Back when he was still at the deity transformation stage, he would have most likely been a lot more hesitant. After just a few flashes, the streak of azure light disappeared into the distance. The roars didn't seem to have come from very far away, but even after traveling for over 20 kilometers, Han Li still hadn't reached the source of the commotion. Furthermore, this ice island itself was also rather strange. It seemed to have been enshrouded under some kind of natural magnetic field that significantly hampered one's spiritual sense, thereby limiting his detection radius to less than 10 kilometers. However, after flying onward for a short while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he drew to an abrupt halt. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the sky up ahead, and 7 or 8 streaks of light of different colors came hurtling toward him. Han Li narrowed his eyes to try and get a better view of what was coming toward him, and the sight that he was greeted by sent a jolt running through his heart. The streaks of light flying in his direction consisted of a group of cultivators, all of whom were at around the nascent soul stage. All of them wore extremely horrified expressions as they flew as quickly as they could, indicating that there seemed to be something extremely fearsome hunting them down. Han Li cast his gaze into the distance behind this group of fleeing cultivators, only to find nothing there. His brows furrowed, and he was just about to call out to these people when a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. One roar after another then rang out in a relentless sequence, and an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As the roars rang out in quick succession, the spiritual light around the bodies of the nascent soul cultivators flickered unsteadily, and their skins suddenly took on a vibrant red color. Immediately thereafter, several blood-curdling cries sounded as these cultivators' physical bodies and souls all exploded into clouds of blood mist in unison, then dissipated into nothingness. A grim look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed once again up ahead, and 2 more streaks of light came hurtling toward him. Han Li focused his gaze on those 2 streaks of light, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Within one of those streaks of light was a woman in a palatial dress. It was none other than Qing Xiao. Her companion was a young woman in a black dress who was not inferior to her in the looks department. However, both of them also wore horrified expressions, and their skin had also become quite flushed amid the string of resounding roars. Fortunately for them, they were able to maintain the layers of spiritual light around their bodies, and they managed to stave off the fate of self-detonation that befell those who had come before them. This was clearly because both of these women were mid-deity transformation cultivators, and their superior cultivation bases compared to the others was the key for their survival. Even so, both of them had clearly been severely debilitated and were flying significantly slower than they would otherwise have been capable of. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and he was just about to fly over to them when his expression abruptly changed while his pupils contracted drastically. A murky gray shadow that was several thousand feet in size had appeared several kilometers behind the 2 women, and it was flying directly toward them. The string of thunderous roars was coming from none other than that gargantuan creature, and even though Han Li had activated his Provenance True Devil Arts, he could still feel the 4 true spirit blood struggling to free themselves from his body. The gray shadow immediately faltered, and the unsettling roars also came to an abrupt halt. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads revolved around the giant moth's body, quickly slicing it into countless pieces. However, Han Li was not elated in the slightest by his easy victory. Instead, his eyes narrowed as a wary look appeared on his face. Having just been saved from certain death, Qing Xiao and the woman in black were ecstatic. The massive moth's roars had just cut off, thereby freeing them from its restrictive power, and they immediately took this opportunity to fly toward Han Li with all their might. At the same time, Qing Xiao yelled out from afar, "Be careful, Senior Han, this thing seems to possess an immortal body that can't be killed by normal treasures." An immortal body. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, the countless sections of the giant moth's body suddenly converged, and gray light flashed as it instantly regenerated back to its original form. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and all of his flying swords transformed into azure threads again at his behest, then hurtled toward the giant moth. However, the massive creature let loose a thunderous roar of fury, and at the same time, it flapped its wings to emit those invisible fluctuations again. The ripples proliferated in all directions, instantly sweeping up all of the oncoming azure threads. The azure threads shuddered in unison before reverting back to their sword form, then exploding into balls of azure light in quick succession. Hanli didn't know what kind of ability those invisible fluctuations were, but even his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords were completely unable to withstand it. Qing Xiao and her companions' faces paled again upon seeing this. They'd only opened up a little bit of distance between themselves and the giant moth at this point, so if it were to let loose its roars again, they would still be in a dire situation. However, Hanli remained completely unflustered at the sight of his flying swords being destroyed. Instead, he harumphed coldly and made a rapid series of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the distance. An astonishing scene then ensued. The countless azure flying sword fragments suddenly began to emit a loud buzzing sound while revolving around the massive moth. The fragments then joined together to form 72 azure flying swords again, and the two women were struck by a sense of déjà vu as they witnessed those swords slicing the giant moth into countless pieces once again. Hanli had naturally just unleashed his flying sword's void form ability, and the two women were truly flabbergasted. However, they quickly came to their senses and flew even faster over to Hanli before stopping right beside him. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. However, this monster is too powerful. We should run away while we still can," Qing Xiao said in an urgent voice. "You two can do as you please. I'm rather interested in this thing, so I want to see if I can kill it," Hanli replied in a calm manner. "Senior, we don't know where this beast came from, but it's extraordinarily powerful. Even Layman's silver shark suffered a terrible death at its hands. I think it's best to retreat first and work out a strategy before returning to try and hunt it down." The woman in black was clearly also of the opinion that a temporary retreat was the best option. Even though Hanli just displayed the abilities of his powerful flying swords, the two women still didn't think that he'd actually be able to defeat the monstrous moth. "Rest assured, you two, even if I can't defeat it, it'll be no problem for me to ensure self-preservation." Hanli shook his head with a faint smile. At this moment, gray light flashed in the distance, and the giant moth's body regenerated back to its original form again. However, the monster had flown into a thunderous rage, having been killed twice in quick succession, and it began to roar and flap its wings with even greater ferocity. Earth-shattering booms akin to loud thunderclaps rang out as a series of ripples radiated from the moth's body, proliferating in all directions in a frenzy. All of the flying swords exploded into even smaller pieces than before. However, the massive moth had learned its lesson from last time, and it continued to flap its wings violently without any respite. The moth was being kept at bay by the flying swords, so it wasn't able to approach Hanli, but its roars immediately made Qing Xiao and her companion's skin turn a deep shade of red again, as if their blood were about to escape from their bodies. In contrast, Hanli merely furrowed his brows and activated his provenance true devil arts to a slightly greater extent, thereby allowing him to ward off those negative effects. He then caught sight of the two women's dire conditions, and his hand shot forth like lightning as he thrust his palm toward them. Golden light flashed from his hand, and two golden pillars of light disappeared into their bodies in a flash. The two women immediately felt the churning blood within their bodies settle down to a great extent, and their flushed skin also reverted back to a more normal complexion. Both of them immediately heaved a collective sigh of relief before thanking Hanli for his assistance. "This beast's roars are quite peculiar and can affect quite a vast area, so you two should get out of here for now," Hanli said as he waved a dismissive hand. After the two women departed, Hanli's flying swords continued to be shattered into smaller and smaller pieces by the invisible power unleashed by the moth's wings. However, Hanli merely looked on with a cold smile on his face. This monster was at the late spatial tempering stage, and its abilities appeared to be quite powerful as well, but he certainly wasn't going to be fearful of it. After all, He was a simultaneous cultivator who had cultivated to the second part of the provenance true devil arts, and he possessed several insanely powerful abilities. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal, and brilliant golden light emanated from his body as a golden halo appeared above his head. Within the halo, a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms gradually surfaced, and each of its 6 hands was making a different hand seal. Hanli let loose a low cry, and the golden projection waved all 6 of its arms toward the giant moth in unison. A string of dull thumps rang out, and 6 pillars of golden light that were as thick as large bowls shot forth from the projection's palms. The pillars of light pierced through the warped space up ahead, and was just about to strike the massive moth's body when a peculiar turn of events abruptly unfolded. The moth's gargantuan body suddenly blurred, and the 6 pillars of golden light were diverted away from their original paths, thereby glancing past the moth without hitting their target. Hanli faltered upon seeing this, but he then immediately reached out with an inky black hand before gently thrusting it toward the giant moth up ahead. A vast expanse of gray light immediately erupted from his fingertips, forming a gray light barrier that hurtled toward the giant beast in a frenzy. The divine essence-fused light continued to expand drastically as it surged through the air, and it quickly encompassed virtually the entire sky. Such a large-scale attack was quite alarming even to the monstrous moth, and its green eyes flashed as it directed all of the invisible fluctuations from its wings toward the oncoming gray light. The gray light and invisible ripples clashed with a resounding boom akin to that of a thunderclap, and they seemed to be evenly matched as their clash resulted in a complete stalemate. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the 5 fingers on his inky black hand suddenly curled inward slightly. All of a sudden, a black shadow appeared within the gray light, following which a small black mountain appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The small mountain then expanded at an alarming rate, reaching over 10,000 feet in size in just a few flashes. It was none other than the divine essence-fused mountain. The giant moth faltered initially upon seeing this mountain, but it then immediately let loose a thunderous roar. The invisible ripples hurtling through the air suddenly converged, forming a semi-transparent pillar of light that was visible to the naked eye, which then sped directly toward the underside of the massive mountain. These invisible ripples had been able to pulverize Hanli's flying swords, so it wasn't difficult to imagine their destructive power when condensed into a single pillar of light. Prior to fusing with those strange stone blocks, the divine essence-fused mountain may not have been able to withstand this pillar of light. However, ever since those stone blocks had been melted into it, the mountain had become resolute to an incredible degree. Gray light flashed from the underside of the mountain, and the pillar of light struck it amid a resounding boom. However, the pillar of light was quickly vanquished, but it had been unable to leave so much as a single scratch on the underside of the mountain. The giant moth was stunned to see this, and it was almost unable to believe its eyes. In contrast, Hanli remained completely expressionless as if he'd anticipated this in advance. He quickly made a hand seal, and the mountain came crashing down with devastating might. The massive moth was still conjuring up invisible ripples with its wings, but those ripples were swept aside with ease by the divine essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and power. Just as the black mountain was about to crush the massive moth into mincemeat, its lion head suddenly blurred before transforming into the giant serpentine head that had its eyes closed. The green serpentine head then abruptly opened its eyes to reveal a pair of shimmering golden pupils. It wore a frosty look on its face as it raised its head to appraise the oncoming black mountain. An eerie hissing sound escaped its mouth, and as it continued to flap its wings, puffs of gray powder suddenly began to permeate through the air, completely enshrouding and concealing the monster's body within. It seemed to be preparing to unleash some kind of powerful ability. A cold look appeared in Hanli's eyes upon seeing this, and he abruptly made a hand seal, following which the black mountain accelerated in its descent, sinking into the gray powder in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and only a small section of the Black Mountain managed to sink into the gray powder before being stopped cold in its tracks, as if it were being obstructed by something. Hanli was truly quite stunned to see this. There was naturally no one more aware than him of just how heavy the divine essence-fused mountain was. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to hoist this mountain up prior to reaching the spatial tempering stage. Even after reaching the spatial tempering stage, he was still only barely able to withstand the mountain's ridiculous weight after activating his Provenance True Devil Arts to strengthen his body. However, the giant moth had been able to accomplish such an incredible feat despite the shock surging through his heart. Hanli immediately made a hand seal, and the golden projection overhead instantly swung its 6 arms through the air. All of a sudden, balls of golden light shot forth before transforming into a gust of fierce golden winds that swept forth in a frenzy. Prior to reaching the gray powder, 5 blades of wind suddenly emerged from within the gale force winds, and all of them disappeared into the vast expanse of powder in a flash. A string of dull thumps rang out, and all of the blades of wind struck something, but they seemed to have inflicted no damage to the giant moth whatsoever. Hanli's eyes narrowed, and the golden winds whistled through the air at his behest, instantly sweeping aside the gray powder to reveal what was hidden beneath it. Hanli focused his gaze on the giant moth up ahead, and his expression changed drastically. The giant moth had undergone a dramatic transformation. A layer of palm-sized dark green scales had appeared all over its body, and a serpentine tail that appeared to have been forged from iron and steel had emerged from the underside of its body. It had also grown a pair of strange arms that were as thick as water tanks and also covered in green scales. These arms were currently raised up into the air to keep the descending divine essence-fused mountain at bay. Hanli's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. The transformation that the moth had undergone wasn't all that surprising to him, but how had it managed to attain such enormous power? Even while hoisting the divine essence-fused mountain above its head, the creature was still showing no signs of strain, thereby indicating that its strength exceeded even that of Hanli. A cold light flashed through Hanli's eyes upon seeing this, and the pulverized fragments of his flying swords suddenly flashed with azure light, then transformed into 72 azure threads again before hurtling toward the monstrous moth. For some reason, Hanli's instincts told him that following the giant moth's transformation, it no longer possessed an immortal body. As such, he immediately conjured up his flying swords again to try and kill this beast once and for all. A loud hiss suddenly rang out from the serpentine head's mouth, following which a series of transparent shields appeared over its green scales. All of those shields were hexagonal in shape and appeared to have been constructed from a crystalline material, forming, essentially, a suit of armor that covered its entire body. The azure threads struck these transparent shields, only to be repelled amid flashes of white light, completely unable to damage the giant moth's defenses. Hanli's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. He was scrambling for another course of action when the giant moth suddenly straightened both of its arms, and an ear-splitting boom erupted as the massive black mountain was flung into the air. Immediately thereafter, all of the crystalline shields all over its body flashed in unison before exploding to form balls of scintillating white light, all of which converged to create an artificial white sun. On this occasion, it was aiming for the moth's head. However, layers of piercing light suddenly appeared over the monstrous moth's body, and it tore through the restrictive 5-colored flames around it with its enormously powerful arms. It then slammed its palms together in front of its chest, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, following which sound waves that were visible to the naked eye instantly proliferated in all directions. All of the 5-colored flames in the surrounding area were swept aside by these immensely powerful sound waves. At the same time, the giant moth suddenly turned around to appraise the oncoming thin thread with a cold look in its golden eyes. All of a sudden, 2 streaks of golden light suddenly shot forth from its golden eyes, and they combined as one before striking the oncoming revolving evil spirit light with unerring accuracy. The two clashed, and the revolving evil spirit light transformed into a ball of golden and silver light before exploding into nothingness. Only then did the spirit-engulfing fire raven spread its wings and hurtle directly toward the giant moth. However, the massive python head suddenly opened its mouth to blast forth a ball of black liquid that temporarily trapped the fire raven within. Immediately thereafter, the giant moth abruptly whipped its massive tail through the air, and its body twisted around before flying toward Hanli like a speeding arrow. The space in front of the moth then twisted and warped, following which it suddenly disappeared. Hanli immediately laid a finger on his own glabella upon seeing this, and black light flashed as his law destruction eye appeared. Streaks of black light then shot forth in all directions from within the eye, all of which disappeared into space in a flash. A resounding boom rang out as one of the streaks of black light disappeared into space over 100 feet above Hanli, forcing the giant moth to reveal itself as it stumbled out of thin air. In the instant that the monstrous moth was forced to reappear, it fixed an intense gaze on Hanli, and two streaks of golden light shot forth from within its golden eyes. The moth also swung its serpentine tail toward Hanli with devastating might, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. At the same time, the giant moth swung its powerful arms directly toward the top of Hanli's head. Having been wounded by Hanli on several occasions, the giant moth was at the height of its rage, and it was engaging Hanli in close-quarters combat so it could tear him apart with its bare hands in order to vent its fury. Instead of being alarmed by this development, Hanli was quite elated that the giant moth had voluntarily closed down the distance between the two of them. The golden projection above his head suddenly flashed before disappearing into his body, and in the next instant, he let loose a loud cry. Immediately thereafter, shimmering golden scales appeared all over his body, and 4 golden arms also sprouted from his back. At the same time, a golden weapon appeared in each of his hands, and they consisted of a saber, a sword, a staff, a ring, a pestle, and a mace. His law destruction eye then flashed as a thick pillar of black light shot forth to strike the 2 oncoming pillars of golden light. After that, he swung his 6 arms through the air, and 2 of the golden weapons were swung toward the moth's gargantuan tail while the other 4 manifested into a vast expanse of golden projections that formed a barrier above him. The serpentine tail clashed with a pair of Hanli's golden weapons amid an earth-shattering boom, and Hanli was knocked back a few steps by the force of the collision. At the same time, the 6 golden weapons in his hands also crumbled before vanishing without a trace. However, the giant moth certainly hadn't gained the upper hand during that clash. Not only was its serpentine tail repelled away, its 2 monstrous arms had clearly been severely wounded and reduced to masses of gory flesh and blood. This monstrous moth perhaps possessed slightly superior strength to Hanli, but its body was nowhere near as stalwart, and the small crystalline shields it had conjured up didn't appear to be very effective against attacks from actual weapons. However, that sea beast is extremely cunning, and this region of the sea is extremely vast. Tracking it down and killing it will be no easy task. As long as he's unable to recover the spatial cloud crystal, he'll be forced to remain on Flame Coral Islands. In that case, what does it matter if Mr. Han already has a Dao companion or not? The woman in black replied with a nonchalant shake of her head. This time, Qing Xiao didn't say anything in response. She merely looked on toward the direction that Hanli had departed in and heaved a barely audible sigh. According to Qing Xiao and her companion, this whale-like sea beast had been sighted many times in this area of the sea during the past century. As such, as long as he was willing to expend some time, there was a good chance that he'd encounter it sooner or later. Most importantly, the sea beast possessed a type of extremely potent water movement technique that made it very difficult to kill. However, during his search, he'd already devised some tactics to counteract this, so he was relatively confident in his ability to kill the sea beast after encountering it. Hanli continued to sweep his gaze across the surface of the ocean, and his brows furrowed slightly. There were some low-grade sea beasts in the nearby seabed, so the whale-like sea beast most likely wouldn't be in this area. With that in mind, the streak of azure light accelerated slightly as Hanli flew further into the distance. Thus, days passed by one after another. Once every month or so, Hanli would rest on a small island for a few days to recover his magic power, then continued his search. As a result, many of the slightly more powerful sea beasts were struck by ill fortune. Those who dared to attack Hanli were naturally all slain with ease, but those that were smart enough to avoid Hanli were left alone after he ascertained that they weren't the target that he was searching for. Hanli was still yet to find the sea beast that he was looking for, but he did encounter a few signs that suggested that it had passed through certain areas that he was searching through. There was even an occasion where he'd found a massive piece of beast hide that the sea beast had shed, and it was extremely sturdy and resolute, making it an exceptional tool refinement material. However, Hanli didn't use it to refine any suits of armor. This section of beast hide was indeed quite sturdy, but it definitely still couldn't compare to his powerful body. Instead, he refined a few talismans using the material, including a set of 9 Palace's heavenly talismans, as well as several armor origin talismans and high zenith invisibility talismans. Among the talismans recorded on that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome, the Heavenly Halberd talisman was the only one that he still couldn't refine. However, ever since Hanli had progressed to the spatial tempering stage and gained superior control over the world's origin chi, a whole new world seemed to have been opened up to him, and he received some inspiration that took him closer to being able to refine the Heavenly Halberd talisman. Of course, he still didn't know when he'd be able to refine the talisman, but he was at least making progress. Time flew by in a flash, and before Hanli knew it, he'd been roaming this region of the ocean for several years. However, he wasn't in any hurry. He'd only just recently progressed to the spatial tempering stage, so there were still many things that he had to slowly learn over time. During these past few years, he was unable to cultivate his magic power much, but he'd made large strides in many of his cultivation arts and abilities. The whale-like sea beast was naturally extremely stunned to see this. The ball of blue light that it had unleashed didn't appear to be very noteworthy, but it was an extremely powerful defensive ability that drew on the essential power of water, and it had saved its life on countless occasions in the past. As such, it was quite alarmed by the fact that the 3 pillars of golden light were able to pierce through it so easily, and it was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. The damage inflicted on its body by the golden light wasn't a cause for concern. The sea beast merely shook its mountainous body, and the sea around it tumbled and surged, following which countless specks of blue light emerged from the seawater before instantly filling its wounds. Following a flash of spiritual light, the puncture wounds on its body were completely healed. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the other 3 pillars of golden light also struck the layer of crimson light, and even though the latter was once again vanquished with ease, the golden pillars of light had somehow become a lot thinner and weaker than they originally were. The pillars of light struck the crimson prawn's exoskeleton amid 3 dull thumps, and the prawn's massive body shuddered before it flung off the rock that it was perched on. However, only 3 indentations that were several inches deep had been left in its exoskeleton, and it hadn't been punctured by the golden light. Hanli was quite surprised to see this, but that didn't stop him from continuing in his assault. Right after the crimson prawn was blasted away by the 3 pillars of light, the small black mountain was already crashing down toward it. The massive prawn's 2 front claws suddenly glowed with crimson light before expanding to several times their original size, and it hoisted them up into the air, preparing to use its immense strength to withstand the descending divine essence-fused mountain. It was no wonder that the beast would be so complacent. After all, its massive body was around 2,000 feet in length while the small mountain was only just over 1,000 feet tall, so theoretically, there was no reason why it wouldn't be able to keep the mountain at bay. However, as soon as its massive claws came into contact with the underside of the black mountain, gray light flashed, and a couple of crisp cracks sounded. The pair of giant claws shuddered before being snapped into 4 segments by the enormous force of the descending mountain. The giant claws were completely shattered, but the black mountain continued to descend before crushing half of the prawn's body against the massive rock beneath it amid a rumbling boom. The entire rock tremored violently and sank several tens of feet further into the ocean. The crimson prawn roared with shock and fury while thrashing with all its might, but the black mountain was completely immovable, as if it had fused as one with the rock down below. The giant prawn had been completely immobilized by Hanli in a matter of mere moments. A hint of fear flashed through the whale-like sea beast's eyes upon seeing this, and it immediately slapped its massive tail onto the surface of the ocean. Countless water spears that were each around 10 feet in length instantly shot forth from the ocean, hurtling directly toward Hanli like a torrential storm. At the same time, more specks of blue light began to emerge from the nearby ocean before enveloping the entirety of the massive sea beast, causing its body to flash erratically. The beast could see that Hanli was far too powerful an adversary for it to engage in battle, and it immediately threw up a smokescreen before attempting to unleash its water movement technique and fleeing the scene. A peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air. 2 years later, a piece of monumental news spread through the entirety of the Flame Coral Islands. The teleportation formation that had been in disrepair for thousands of years had been repaired, and there were already people using it to travel to the Thunder Continent. All of the more powerful cultivators on the islands were ecstatic to hear this, and they all rushed toward the teleportation formation for a chance to travel to a land rife with cultivation opportunities. Hanli's eyelids fluttered open, and he took a moment to recover from his rush of dizziness before he assessed his surroundings. He was quite relieved to find himself situated within a hall that was over 1,000 feet in size, and there was not a single person to be seen in the nearby area. However, there was a faint white restriction flashing from the walls of the building, as well as a stone gate that was firmly shut. There was a stone pillar that was several tens of feet tall situated in each of the 4 corners of the hall, and there was an unidentifiable glowing rock embedded onto each of the pillars to illuminate the entire hall. Hanli looked down to find that he was standing atop a massive teleportation formation. Thus, he made his way out of the formation without any hesitation and strode directly toward the stone gate. He pushed the gate open to find that it was virtually completely weightless despite its hefty appearance, and he was immediately greeted by a set of lively and bustling scenes. Hanli was caught completely off guard and slightly startled by this development. Hanli hurriedly cast his gaze around him, and what he saw came as quite a surprise to him. He was situated at the edge of a massive plaza that was tens of thousands of feet in size. The plaza had been paved using some kind of white stone, and there were countless beings situated on top of it. Most of these beings were humanoid in nature and wearing different types of armor. Some of them had extraordinarily long rabbit-like ears, some had black fur all over their bodies, some were as tall and broad as massive apes, and some were completely encapsulated in suits of shimmering golden armor that made it impossible to glean their appearance. There were even some humanoid beings with serpentine lower bodies. These were clearly beings from the Naga race. The most common demographic among them was a type of green-skinned foreign beings. All of them wore suits of green armor and wielded shimmering red halberds. Despite the diversity in the species among these beings, one thing remained constant, and that was that all of them wore extremely concerned looks on their faces. There were some beings among them who were emanating magic power fluctuations, but most of them were at around the foundation establishment stage or the core formation stage. There were nascent soul stage and deity transformation stage beings among them as well, but those beings totaled only around 100. All of them were gathered in groups of varying sizes while discussing something, and Hanli quickly swept his spiritual sense throughout the plaza to discover a group consisting of 3 spatial tempering stage foreign beings, a discovery that came as quite a surprise to him. According to Qing Shao, he should have been teleported to a small city inhabited by several small races, and generally speaking, the most powerful beings here would normally only be a handful of deity transformation cultivators. Under normal circumstances, there would only be around 4,000 to 5,000 cultivators in the entire city, but at present, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on this plaza alone, among which were several that were of the same cultivation base as him, so how could he not be surprised? Could it be that this green light city had undergone some kind of drastic transformation during the thousands of years that the teleportation formation had been in disrepair? Furthermore, his spiritual sense could detect faint restriction fluctuations over the entire plaza, and everyone standing on the ground with not even a single being rising up into the air, so there was clearly a flight restriction in place. Han Li took a deep breath before slowly making his way toward the bustling crowd. Just as Han Li was about to inquire someone about the situation, a dwarven spatial tempering stage foreign being with a disproportionately large and complete hairless head suddenly pulled out a wooden disc with a confused look on his face. The disc was flashing with specks of spiritual light, and there were some unfamiliar runes hovering over its surface. "What is it, Brother Yuan?" a nearby green-skinned foreign being asked. "An upper race being of the upper 3 tiers has suddenly appeared here. If I recall correctly, all of the teleportation formations in the city have been cut off by the Jiaoqi race. How could anyone have possibly been able to teleport here?" the big-headed being mused with a perplexed look on his face. "Is that so? Could it be that the Jiaoqi race became complacent and neglected to cut off a certain teleportation formation? In that case, let's find that being and ask them about this," the green-skinned being said with an elated look on his face. "That's impossible. I inspected all of the teleportation formations in person a few days, and none of them are functioning." The big-headed being shook his head as he stared at the wooden disc in his hand. "Let's hurry up and find the beings so we can get some answers from them." The initial forces of the Jiaoqi race have already arrived at the city, and they're awaiting the arrival of the main army. "We've gathered everyone here and are planning to abandon the city so we can get away from here before it's too late. However, it's yet to be seen whether we'd even be able to escape from this place. At the very least, they definitely wouldn't allow high-grade beings like us to escape without a fight," the big-headed being explained with a wry smile on his face. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Right at this moment, a dull rumbling thump suddenly erupted from the outside the stone gate, following which the layer of white spiritual light surfaced along the walls. The spiritual light flashed sporadically, and the ground tremored violently as if the entire building were about to collapse. What's going on? These tremors naturally couldn't harm these 3 spatial tempering stage beings in any way, but they were all still quite alarmed by this sudden development. The green-skinned being exchanged a glance with the big-headed being before both of them rushed out of the hall in unison. One of them transformed into a streak of azure light that flew out of the building while the other merely blurred before disappearing on the spot. Even though there was a flight restriction imposed on the entire plaza, beings of their cultivation base could naturally still fly if they wanted to. Doing so would only expend more magic power than normal. Han Li didn't waste any time either. He glanced at the teleportation formation and hesitated momentarily before abruptly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A streak of azure light shot forth before revolving around the formation, completely demolishing it before the streak of azure light returned to him. Only then did Han Li exit the hall, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. As soon as he emerged from the stone hall, he discovered that the entire plaza had been plunged into complete chaos. Countless beings were scrambling to rush into the buildings around plaza while a blue light barrier had appeared in the air above, seemingly encompassing the entire city beneath it. In the air above the light barrier, countless head-sized balls of white light were raining down in a torrential assault. The balls of white light exploded as they crashed into the light barrier, and the latter tremored violently amid resounding booms, seemingly only barely able to withstand the ferocious attacks. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze outside of the light barrier as blue light flashed through his eyes. Moments later, Han Li's eyelids twitched as he drew a sharp breath. Through the use of his spirit eyes ability, he had identified what was unleashing the oncoming attacks. A gigantic island had appeared in the air at altitudes of around 30,000 to 40,000 feet. That's right, it was a shimmering island that appeared to have been forged from pure silver, and it was close to 100,000 feet in size. The entire island was riddled with white crystalline pillars that were shimmering with countless runes. These pillars were blasting forth one ball of light after another that were crashing down upon the light barrier overhead. Meanwhile, the big-headed being pulled out a blue mirror and looked into it before his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad, that's a giant battle arc of the Jiaoqi race. How could this be? Could it be that their army has arrived earlier than anticipated? There's no use thinking about such matters right now, our top priority is to get away from here as quickly as possible. Brother Yuan, you've been in this city for many years, so surely you know of a few secret passageways that lead out of the city, right?" The green-skinned being urged in a flustered manner. A hesitant look appeared on the big-headed being's face, but he then gritted his teeth as he said, "I do indeed know of a secret passageway that leads to a small mountain to the west close to 10 kilometers away from the city. However, I can't just abandon all of the citizens of this city. I'm going to gather everyone to the city gates and make a collective effort to escape. If we're lucky, perhaps some of us really will be able to get away." "All right, we'll do as you say," the being enshrouded under red light immediately chimed in agreement. Han Li and the green-skinned being also expressed their approval of this course of action. He opened his mouth, and a round yellow gem shot forth from within, then disappeared into the statue's head in a flash. A burst of piercing light flashed, following which a series of ripples proliferated over the surface of the statue. All of a sudden, yellow light flashed from the statue's 4 eyes, and it suddenly rose to its feet. Han Li and the others were quite stunned to discover that this statue was actually a puppet. As the big-headed being made a series of hand seals, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The puppet waved its 4 arms through the air, and its body expanded to about twice its original size amid a flash of brilliant yellow light. Its massive stature took up virtually the entire space on the first floor of the pavilion, and it patted all 4 of its arms onto its stomach at once. Spiritual light flashed, and a peculiar rune surfaced on its belly. A crisp crack then rang out as a small entrance suddenly appeared on its stomach, beyond which was a space that was several tens of feet in size. There was a small teleportation formation around 10 feet or so in size situated on the ground within that space, and the big-headed being rushed into the puppet's stomach without any hesitation before standing atop the teleportation formation. Furthermore, the vast majority of beings fell into that latter group, and they were chased down by those twin-headed giant falcons in what felt like the blink of an eye. All of these giant falcons swooped down, sweeping up gusts of fierce winds in their wake. Their metal-tipped talons tore through the defenses of these low-grade beings with ease, then sliced through their bodies like hot knives through butter. Some of these beings were instantly torn apart while others were flung into the air, then pecked to death by the giant falcons waiting up above. Of course, there were some beings who were unwilling to give up without a fight, and many of them banded together to release their treasures or unleash their abilities, creating a collective effort to try and ward off the oncoming falcons. However, these beings were simply far too weak, and the suits of white armor being worn by the giant falcons possessed remarkable defensive properties. As such, only a dozen or so falcons were felled by these attacks, and most of them had fallen to lucky shots that just so happened to strike vital regions peeking through the gaps between their armor. The rest of the attacks were all brushed aside with ease. All of these giant falcons were enraged by these retaliative attacks, and all of them let loose sharp cries as they swooped down to attack with increased ferocity. Thus, more anguished cries rang out as hundreds more blood-stained and mangled bodies plummeted from the sky. At this moment, the black canoes also joined the fray, and all of the armored warriors standing atop the canoes slashed their weapons through the air to summon a series of silver projections. All those who were struck by the projections were instantly dismembered without being able to offer up any resistance. Thankfully, the armored warriors had no intention of expending excessive effort to hunt down these low-grade beings. Instead, the black canoes merely continued onward, pursuing the fleeing beings with superior cultivation bases. As for the golden WIRMs that had emerged last, they were flying directly toward the most powerful beings who had already fled far into the distance. With their fearsome speed, it wouldn't take them long to hunt down their prey either, and thus, a completely one-sided slaughter ensued. Meanwhile, azure light suddenly flashed from a mundane-looking rock face on a nameless mountain close to 10 kilometers to the west of Greenlight City, following which a dull explosion suddenly erupted. Following the explosion, a large black hole was blasted into the rock face, and 4 streaks of light whizzed out from within. These 4 were none other than Han Li and the trio of foreign beings. Due to the fact that this place was quite secluded and its direction didn't correspond with that of any of the city gates, no Jiaoqi races forced had appeared in the area yet. However, all 4 of them still wore cautious expressions as they hurriedly scanned through the nearby area with their spiritual sense. Let's get away from this place before the Jiaoqi beings arrive. We'll have to split up from here onward. Staying together will make us too large of a target, the green-skinned being said with an elated look on his face. The big-headed being nodded before glancing at Han Li's trio with a hesitant look on his face, then suddenly said, "Of course, but before you all leave, I have something to ask of all of you, and I hope you won't refuse." "What do you need from us?" the being enshrouded under red light asked. Han Li and the green-skinned being were also rather curious to hear what he had to say. The big-headed being took a deep breath before suddenly producing 3 white jade boxes, each of which had several crimson talismans that were shimmering with runes plastered over them. These 3 boxes contain items that are extremely important to our 13 heavenly cloud races. If you can deliver them to our myriad ancient race, then you'll be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. However, if you get hunted down by the Jiaoqi race, then it'd be best for you to immediately destroy the boxes before you're captured. Otherwise, if you're caught in possession of these items, the Jiaoqi race will definitely torture you for information. The big-headed being flicked his wrist as he spoke, and the 3 jade boxes were immediately sent flying toward Han Li's trio. Everyone caught the jade boxes flying toward them, and the being enshrouded under red light inspected his jade box with a hesitant look as he asked, "What items are in these boxes for you to hold them in such high regard, Brother Yuan?" "Forgive me, but that's not something I can tell you. However, I can guarantee you that you can exchange those items for a sentient puppet or other treasure of the same value from the elders of our myriad ancient race," the big-headed being replied with a solemn look on his face. "What? A sentient puppet," the green-skinned being exclaimed with shock in his eyes. Only Han Li's expression remained unchanged as this was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. A skeptical look flashed through the eyes of the being enshrouded under red light as he said, "Are you serious, Brother Yuan? If this item can be exchanged for such an extraordinary treasure, then can I ask for a myriad wonder pill instead?" The big-headed being hesitated momentarily before replying, "Myriad wonder pills are even rarer than sentient puppets, so I can't guarantee that the elders would be willing to agree to such an exchange, but there's a good chance that they will." Rather than being discouraged by this more reserved response, the green-skinned being found his words to be more plausible instead. Thus, his fingers reflexively tightened around the jade box in his hands, and he stared at the box with an intense look in its eyes. Meanwhile, Han Li was attempting to assess the contents of the box using his spiritual sense, only for his attempts to be thwarted by some kind of restrictive power. It appeared that the talismans plastered onto the boxes were restriction talismans capable of keeping out one's spiritual sense. I'd advise you not to open the boxes. Otherwise, if any mishaps occur, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. The big-headed being seemed to have read everyone's minds, and he immediately issued a stern warning. Are you telling that there's something inside these boxes that can harm us? The green-skinned being harumphed in a skeptical manner. The items in the boxes are extremely important to our 13 heavenly cloud races, so there were naturally more restrictions placed on them than just a few talismans. Of course, if you can escape from the Jiao-Qi race and are confident in your ability to eradicate the restrictions that I've set, then you can certainly try to open the boxes, the big-headed being chuckled with a dark expression on his face. How can you guarantee that the elders of your race will actually exchange the items in these boxes for valuable treasures? What if they take these boxes and refuse to give us anything in return? Han Li asked in a calm voice. The big-headed being's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this question, and only after a long while did he begrudgingly reply, "If you don't trust our myriad ancient race, then you can give the jade box to any race among the 13 heavenly cloud races. They should be willing to offer you handsome rewards for them as well. However, I must remind you that those items are nowhere near as important to the other races than to our myriad ancient race, so the rewards you'll receive also won't be anywhere near as bountiful. At the very least, you can completely forget about things like myriad wonder pills." The green-skinned beings and the being enshrouded under red light both fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Han Li stroked his chin and also became quite interested in the items within the boxes. If these items are so important, then why don't you take them back to your race yourself rather than entrusting them to us, Brother Yuan? The being enshrouded under red light asked. I'd only just received these items not long ago myself, and Jiao-Qi race suddenly sent their forces to attack Green Light City. Keeping in mind the fact that Green Light City is by no means a major city, so theoretically, it shouldn't have come under attack so quickly. I'm concerned that the Jiao-Qi race may have somehow been alerted to the fact that I'm in possession of these treasures, so it would be far too risky for me to take them back to my race on my own, the big-headed being explained in a truthful manner. You're saying the Jiao-Qi race deployed their army for the items in these boxes? The green-skinned being drew a sharp breath as an incredulous look appeared on his face. Han Li was also quite stunned by this notion. I'm only guessing that to be true, but it may not actually be the case. As such, I'm only entrusting these items to you three as a safety precaution, the big-headed being replied. Alright, in that case, I'll take this item for now. The being enshrouded under red light made up his mind first, and white light flashed from his hand, following which the jade box vanished. The green-skinned being seemed to be grappling with some kind of internal conflict, but he also decided to accept this task in the end. Thus, he opened his mouth, and a long translucent green tongue reached out from within before drawing the jade box into his stomach. As a result, Han Li was the only one among the three who hadn't made his decision. Do you still have some doubts, Brother Han? The big-headed being turned to Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Yuan, you do realize that you're handing over such an important item to a complete stranger, right? Aren't you afraid that you'll be entrusting this item into the wrong hands? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. I haven't been able to identify what kind of being you are as of yet, but I can be sure of the fact that you're definitely no Jiao-Qi being. I've already deduced that it would be far too much of a risk for me to continue carrying these items, so entrusting it to you is clearly a better option, the big-headed being replied with a smile. A series of thoughts raced rapidly through Han Li's mind before he finally nodded, and agreed, all right, seeing as you've placed your trust in me and led us through your secret passageway, then I'll lend you my assistance. Are you planning to leave as well, Brother Han? Before that I have a suggestion, would you like to hear it? The being enshrouded under red light suddenly asked. What is it? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're not from the 13 heavenly cloud races, right? In that case, Why take the risk to act as their errand boy? Why don't you give me what Brother Yuan just entrusted to you? The foreign being suggested in a calm manner. You want that jade box? A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, I'm very interested in the item in the jade box. It makes no difference to me whether I deliver 1 box or 2 boxes to the heavenly cloud races, so why don't you allow me to do the honors in your stead? The foreign being's voice took on a slightly sinister tone as he spoke. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding trees all began to tip over toward a single direction as if they were frail toothpicks, and countless massive trees came crashing down toward him. The fire moon being's heart jolted with shock, and the sharp blades around his body immediately shot forth in all directions again. All of the falling trees were shredded amid flashes of red light before they could strike their target, yet just when the fire moon being was about to try and break the illusionary technique again, a series of dull thumps suddenly rang out. Many of his blades of light had struck a black shadow that was extremely resolute and stalwart. All of the red blades that struck the object disappeared in a flash, and the black shadow expanded to several times its original size before crashing down with devastating might. It was a black mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall. Arg! The fire moon being was caught completely off guard, and he only had time to raise his head and opened his mouth to expel a ball of red mist. There seemed to be something hidden with that ball of red mist. As soon as the red mist came into contact with the small mountain, red light flashed, and a crimson treasure that appeared to be a wooden board with countless runes flashing over its surface emerged. The wooden board was certainly quite a powerful treasure, but there was no way that it would be able to withstand the divine essence-fused mountain's insane weight and power. The small black mountain crushed the red light around the wooden board with ease, then continued to descend toward its target without any pause or delay. Crap! The fire moon being's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to do anything, and he was crushed under this immensely heavy black mountain. At the same time, the surrounding scenes warped before dissipating into specks of spiritual light. All of the illusions disappeared, and the fire moon being reappeared within the small valley that he'd been situated all along. However, he found himself hovering in mid-air as opposed to standing on a bed of lush grass, and the small black mountain was still plummeting straight down from above. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive crater that was several tens of feet deep was smashed into the ground by the small black mountain. The fire moon being's body was instantly reduced to a pile of mincemeat within the crater. He was a spatial tempering stage being just like Han Li, but his physical body was unexpectedly feeble. As a spatial tempering stage being, the fire moon being naturally possessed more abilities than those he'd just revealed. Unfortunately, he made the wrong decision to use his avatar's secret technique from the get-go. After his avatars were caught off guard and destroyed by the lightning bead, as well as the armor origin talisman, his body was dealt 2 heavy blows in quick succession, thereby forcing him firmly onto the back foot. With the concealment ability of his high zenith invisibility talisman, even beings of the same caliber as Han Li would find it extremely difficult to detect his presence, so the Jiao Qi beings that had been deployed to scour through the area were naturally unable to track him down. Thus, Han Li was able to fly right past a few twin-headed falcons and black canoes, and the Jiao Qi beings completely failed to notice him. As for the big-headed being and the green-skinned being, Han Li had no idea where they had fled to. However, they'd had to sacrifice some of their speed for stealth and discreetness, so they were most likely still within several hundred kilometers of Green Light City. Han Li continued onward as these thoughts flashed through his mind. As he did so, he was constantly surveying his surroundings and flying toward the places with the fewest pursuers from the Jiao Qi race. Shortly thereafter, Hanli was several hundred kilometers away from Greenlight City, and there were no more enemies in sight. He heaved a faint sigh of relief upon making this observation, but he still didn't dare to deactivate his high zenith invisibility talisman. Who knew if the Jiaoqi race had some kind of special secret technique or treasure that could detect his presence even from thousands of kilometers away? Unbeknownst to Hanli, the caution that he was exercising really was paying off. Just as he was flying further and further away from Greenlight City, 6 black shadows were hovering in the air above the massive silver island. 2 of them were the elderly man and middle-aged man who were conversing in the palace earlier, and the other 4 also appeared to be important beings. At this moment, the 6 of them were hovering in a circular formation around a golden disk treasure that was slowly rotating on the spot. At the center of the treasure was an arrow that was several inches in length, and it was extending and withdrawing in an erratic manner. There was a series of circles carved onto the disk for calibration purposes, and at the same time, golden runes were emerging from the disk before hovering in the air above it. The 6 beings stared intently at the golden disk, and after rotating a few times, the arrow suddenly shuddered before coming to an abrupt halt. The arrow also extended and shrank before settling between 2 of the calibration circles, following which it fell completely still. All right, we've tracked down the 4 most powerful beings. The 4 of you split up into groups of 2 and pursue 2 of those beings, leave the other 2 to us. From the reaction being displayed by the disk, they should be beings of the upper 3 tiers of the upper race. When you find them, try not to attack right away if you can avoid it. After we take care of the other 2, we'll go and join you. Remember this, if they try to destroy something, stop them at all costs. The 4 of you can each take a pair of winged WIRMs with you as well. We should have all of our bases covered then, the elderly man instructed in a cold voice as he withdrew his gaze from the golden disk. Yes, the 4 beings hurriedly replied in unison as they extended respectful bows. All right, seeing as we've finished assigning respective duties, let's get started right away. Even the closest one of our 4 targets is already several hundred kilometers away, so time is of the essence, the middle-aged man urged. The 4 beings nodded in unison, following which the elderly man suddenly let loose a long cry. Golden light abruptly flashed from the massive silver island, following which a dozen or so additional golden-winged WIRMs flew forth. After just a few flashes, they arrived in the air above the 6 people before circling around overhead. The elderly man waved a hand in an expressionless manner, and the 4 beings all shot forth as streaks of light. 8 of the winged WIRMs followed the 4 of them away into the distance. A contemplative look then appeared on the heart charm being's face, and a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him as he hurriedly patted himself down in an unfamiliar manner. However, his search only yielded 2 talismans and a few other inconsequential items. The heart charm being harumphed coldly before shaking his head in a resigned manner. He then made a hand seal, and a streak of green light flew out from the top of his head before transforming into that semi-transparent humanoid figure again. Meanwhile, the heart charm being sagged like a balloon before crumpling down onto the ground as an empty husk again. The semi-transparent being disappeared into the middle-aged man's body, and the man shuddered before closing his eyes as a layer of green light surfaced over his body. After a long while, the middle-aged man heaved a long sigh before opening his eyes again. His wooden and lustreless eyes had come alive again, and his soul seemed to have been injected back into his body. There in the distance, a streak of red light was hurtling directly toward him. The streak of red light was able to cover over 1,000 feet in just a single flash, and it was flying around twice as fast as Hanli was. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, allowing him to spot a humanoid figure within the red light. He then swept his spiritual sense toward his pursuer, and his heart sank ever so slightly. It really was a body integration stage being. Thankfully, he only appeared to be at the early body integration stage. Even if he couldn't win this battle, escaping would definitely be no issue for him. With that in mind, Hanli reverted back to his usual calm expression again. The azure thread flashed through the air before plunging into the forest, following which Hanli reappeared. Immediately thereafter, he rustled a sleeve, and several tens of small swords shot forth from within. He made a hand seal, and all of the small swords plunged into the ground as azure threads. Countless azure threads then flashed through the air, and the surrounding trees were all felled in an instant. Thus, an area with a radius of several thousand feet had opened up in the blink of an eye. After doing all that, Hanli swayed before appearing atop a tree stump that was several tens of feet tall, then pointed a finger up ahead in an expressionless manner. Immediately thereafter, the azure light faded, and all of the azure threads concealed themselves into empty space. Hanli then made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out as countless thin arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, forming a golden and silver lightning robe. Following a surge of black chi, a suit of black baleful armor also appeared beneath his robes. After doing all that, Hanli opened his mouth to produce a small translucent shield, which began to rapidly rotate around him. Having made all of his preparations, Hanli simply clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky in a completely stationary manner. In the soil deep beneath Hanli, the elderly man was appraising Hanli's every move with a vicious look in his eyes. He had finally chased down Hanli, but instead of pouncing right away, he wasn't in a hurry to strike. However, the elderly man didn't have much patience for an opponent with such a significantly inferior cultivation base either. He swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area to confirm that there were no other beings or traps nearby, following which a sinister look appeared on his face, and he abruptly disappeared from within the soil. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted, and the tree stump that Hanli was standing on exploded as a pair of massive crimson hands shot forth from the soil down below in an attempt to grab at his legs. However, Hanli seemed to have already anticipated this attack, and his body blurred without any premonition before he abruptly appeared over 100 feet away in a flash. A cold harumph rang out, and Hanli had only just reappeared when red light flashed before him, and the elderly man also revealed himself. A ferocious light flashed through his eyes as he raised both arms up into the air in unison. Two crimson fist projections instantly appeared before hurtling toward Hanli, sending a scorching heatwave surging toward him. This high-grade Jiao Qi being was also a simultaneous cultivator. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes as he reached out with an inky black hand, pressing downward from above. A small black shadow flew forth from his palm in a flash, then transformed into a small mountain that was several tens of feet tall before descending in a soundless manner, heading directly toward the red fist projections. The elderly man's lips twitched upon seeing this, and instead of changing his attack, a derisive sneer appeared on his face. He was fully aware of just how powerful those fist projections were, and that was something that Hanli would only come to realize in the instant before his death. With that in mind, the elderly man activated his cultivation arts to an even greater extent, and the pair of fist projections instantly swelled to around twice their original size, making them comparable in size to human heads. Furthermore, the crimson light emanating from the surface of the fist projections also became extremely bright, illuminating the nearby air in a piercing red hue, and the scorching temperatures radiating from them was making the surrounding air completely twist and warp. He was planning to use this pair of fist projections to shatter the divine essence-fused mountain. A peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the fist projection and the underside of the small black mountain clashed in a completely soundless manner. The projections and the mountain tremored in unison before becoming completely motionless, as if they'd been captured in a stationary snapshot in time. However, a halo of gray and red light then appeared between the two before proliferating outward in all directions at an alarming rate. Hanli felt his eardrums tremor as a doomsday-like burst of rumbling rang out. The tree stumps down below were all instantly reduced to sawdust upon making contact with this halo of light, and the earth tremored violently as a huge crater with a radius of several hundred feet and a depth of around 10 feet was blasted into the ground. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he hurriedly cast his gaze downward with blue light flashing through his eyes. There, the divine essence-fused mountain remained completely motionless, but the pair of fish projections beneath it had been eradicated. A pair of mundane-looking human hands were currently resisting the small mountain with all their might, preventing it from crashing directly downward. The owner of that pair of hands was none other than the elderly man. At this moment, his arms were slightly bent, and his face was flushed in an unhealthy manner, but he truly had managed to keep the divine essence-fused mountain at bay with just his hands and his immense strength. The Black Mountain slowly descended into the bubbling lava, and it didn't take long for most of the mountain to be completely submerged. As expected, it looks like this won't be enough to kill you. Han Li's indifferent voice abruptly rang out from all directions. Immediately thereafter, the Black Mountain shrank dramatically within the lava pit, reducing itself down to around a foot in size before surging back as a streak of white light. However, after it had traveled several tens of feet away from the lava, the elderly man's cold voice suddenly rang out. I just so happen to be missing an ornamental treasure in my cave abode, this one's not bad. As soon as his voice trailed off, a massive wave of lava over 100 feet tall erupted from the lava pit down below. Immediately thereafter, red light flashed, and the lava transformed into a massive crimson hand that caught the small Black Mountain in its grasp. Red light flashed from the huge hand as it attempted to drag the mountain back into the lava. However, even though Han Li had already withdrawn most of the divine essence-fused mountain's power, its extraordinary weight was not something that could be easily moved by the massive hand. Thus, the Black Mountain managed to hold its position in mid-air, even as the giant lava hand continued to exert pulling force toward it. However, at the same time, it was unable to fly toward the nearby azure light barrier as Han Li had intended. At this moment, Han Li let loose a cold harumph, and spatial fluctuations erupted around the massive crimson hand, immediately following which countless azure threads appeared out of thin air. The azure threads flashed around the massive hand like lightning, instantly slicing its fingers into countless segments. Thus, the miniature Black Mountain was freed, and it flew away as a streak of azure light again before disappearing into the azure light barrier after just a few flashes. The azure threads also abruptly disappeared as if they had never even appeared in the first place. You certainly do have some tricks up your sleeve, no wonder you have the courage to face me in direct battle. The elderly man didn't seem to have been irked by this development, but his voice was quite heavy and grim. Almost at the exact same moment, the lava down below parted, and the elderly man slowly emerged from within. His body was flashing with red light, and he only stopped after rising up over 100 feet into the air. He wore a cautious look on his face as he swept his gaze around him. This is a sword formation. The elderly man's expression changed as he instantly identified the situation that he was in. However, in the instant that the elderly man revealed himself, the azure lotus flowers around him began to shimmer with brilliant light, following which countless lotus petals shot forth. As these flower petals flew through the air, they instantly transformed into azure blades of wind that surged toward the elderly man from all directions. The elderly man's expression darkened, and the red light emanating from his body abruptly swelled to form a crimson light barrier that shielded himself within. A string of spluttering sounds rang out as the blades of wind disappeared into the red light like moths diving into a flame. However, in the next instant, they were all reduced to balls of fire that incinerated them into nothingness. This high-grade Jiao Qi being's fire attribute cultivation arts were clearly extremely powerful to be able to ignite and incinerate even attacks manifested from wind. However, seeing as the elderly man had already been trapped in his sword formation, that was certainly not going to be the extent of the attacks that Hanli had prepared for him. In the instant that the blades of wind were proven to be ineffective, brilliant azure light flashed high up in the air above, following which a series of massive azure logs that were as thick as a water tank came crashing down from above. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the logs were extremely dense and seemingly immensely heavy. However, the elderly man merely gave a cold chuckle as he swept a sleeve upward, sending the red light around his body hurtling toward the oncoming logs. After coming into contact with the red light, the massive azure logs were all quickly reduced to plumes of smoke and ashes. Save your energy, brat. If your sword formation were of some other attribute, perhaps you'd be able to cause some trouble for me, but pure wood attribute sword formations are completely ineffective against me. I can destroy this formation with ease. The elderly man suddenly let loose a loud cry as he abruptly made a hand seal. The red light around his body swayed, and pillars of crimson light suddenly shot forth in all directions, striking the azure light barrier in a flash. A scorching aura immediately permeated throughout the entire space that was enshrouded under the barrier of light. A triumphant look appeared on the elderly man's face. In his mind, his powerful fire attribute cultivation arts would be able to destroy this wood attribute sword formation with ease. After that, he could press his cultivation base advantage to kill this unexpectedly troublesome opponent. A string of dull thumps rang out, and just as the elderly man had expected, massive holes were punctured into the light barrier with ease. Just as the azure lotus flowers around him were about to dissipate, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and the azure lotus flowers abruptly disappeared along with the light barrier. In the next instant, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place with massive trees that were several hundred feet tall all around him. An illusionary technique. Despite the elderly man's vast reserves of battle experience, he was truly astonished on this occasion. Illusionary techniques weren't all that uncommon in other formations and restrictions, but they were very rare in sword formations, which predominantly pursued maximal destructive power. At the very least, this was the first time that the elderly man had seen a sword formation with an accompanying illusionary technique. However, the elderly man quickly recomposed himself before making a hand seal, upon which red light flashed from his body, and a pillar of crimson flames rose directly up into the air. He then opened his mouth to expel a white talisman, and the talisman disappeared in a flash before forming a gust of white gale-force winds that disappeared into the pillar of flames. Having been fanned by the fierce winds, the pillar of fire that was only around 10 feet in thickness originally rapidly swelled to over 100 feet thick, creating a very formidable sight to behold. The elderly man was situated at the very center of the pillar of flames, and he suddenly sat down with his legs crossed. At the same time, red light flashed above his head, and a massive projection of a sinister-looking beast that was entirely covered in crimson scales appeared. In the instant that the projection appeared, all of the world's origin chi in the nearby area was drawn to the elderly man at once. Precise balls of five-colored light began to surface from the mountains, forests, and plants within a radius of several tens of kilometers. All of them surged toward the sword formation in a frenzy, as if they had been summoned there by something. Countless specks of light came raining down from above, only to be instantly kept out by the streaks of azure sword chi that erupted from the sword formation. These specks of light exploded as they clashed with the sword chi to form clouds of five-colored mist, but there were simply far too many specks of light to contend with. Within moments, the mist that resulted from the explosion of these specks of light had become as viscous as liquid, thereby significantly slowing down the streaks of sword chi and making them a lot more sluggish. Almost at the exact same moment, the elderly man unleashed a massive pillar of fire that also began to wreak havoc within the sword formation. The countless massive logs raining down from above were reduced to smoke and ashes without being able to offer up any resistance. These logs were only projections, but they had manifested from the pure wood attribute spiritual power within the flying swords. Regardless of whether these logs were real or not, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such fierce fire attribute attacks. All of a sudden, the surroundings blurred around the elderly man, and he reappeared in the real world. If word of this were to spread, he's become the laughing stock of all of his brethren. At the height of his fury, the elderly man chuckled coldly as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. Immediately thereafter, a streak of light shot forth from his head before forming a massive projection with a set of blurry facial features. Before Hanli had a chance to glean the true appearance of the projection, it surged toward the elderly man before disappearing into his body. The elderly man instantly threw his head back and let loose a long cry while his face took on a sinister and menacing appearance. His body also swelled to 60 to 70 feet tall, and the small red horn on his glabella had elongated to around half a foot in length, which crimson scales surfaced all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the elderly man had become a fearsome devilish creature. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he flipped both of his hands over at once. In one hand, a faint golden flag appeared, over which a cloud of fiery mist was swirling incessantly. Meanwhile, a strange blue pouch appeared in his other hand. Both of them were tossed into the air without any hesitation, following which the elderly man began to chant something in a language that was completely foreign to Hanli. The flag waved itself through the air, and bursts of faint golden flames erupted from it. At the same time, the pouch bulged before expelling a burst of blue winds. Simultaneously, the elderly man opened his mouth to blast forth a fiery cloud that was as crimson as blood. The three then combined with the pillar of flames that was wreaking havoc within the sword formation. Red, blue, and golden light intertwined in an instant before forming a three-colored pillar of light. An earth-shattering boom erupted within the sword formation, and Hanli knew that he couldn't stand by idly any longer. As such, he activated one powerful illusionary technique after another within the Spring Dawn sword formation, but everything that was manifested as part of those illusions were instantly destroyed by the three-colored pillar of light. The Spring Dawn sword formation was completely unable to withstand such an assault, and the azure light barrier immediately began to flash erratically once again. Hanli drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Half of his astonishment naturally arose from the immense power of the three-colored pillar of light, but the other half could be attributed to the blue pouch that the elderly man had produced following his transformation. That treasure was extremely familiar to him. It seemed to be a spirit treasure known as the Chaotic Heavenly Pouch, and it was listed on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll. This spirit treasure was only a mid-range treasure among those on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, but it possessed a few incredible abilities that other treasures didn't possess, thereby earning it quite a reputation. Many years ago, the treasure had once belonged to a powerful being from the human race. However, that human later perished under unforeseen circumstances, and the spirit treasure disappeared as a result. In order to recover the treasure, many high-grade cultivators had searched through the human and demon territories, all to no avail, so how had it ended up in the hands of a Jiao Qi being on the Thunder Continent? This treasure was most definitely bad news for Hanli, and his mind raced for a way to counteract it. All of a sudden, a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. According to the legends, the Chaotic Heavenly Pouch definitely possessed far more powerful abilities than what was being displayed within the sword formation. Could it be that this was only a replica? Or perhaps he'd wrongly identified it when it was actually some other kind of similar treasure. Hanli was unable to verify which notion was correct, but this was not something that he could carefully ponder under his present circumstances. The sword formation was about to fall, and Hanli's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. The legends about Qing Yuanzi using this sword formation to combat body integration stage beings were most likely true, but this was likely due to the fact that Qing Yuanzi had also mastered the final few layers of the Azure Essence sword art, thereby allowing him to unleash the full power of the sword formation. He also had a set of refined Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm swords, but the cultivation arts he was using weren't prepared for this sword formation, so he was unable to unleash the trump card abilities that the sword formation possessed. This was why the sword formation appeared to be so inept in the face of the elderly man's attacks. However, after absorbing so much of the world's origin qi, there seemed to be a type of powerful ability that Han Li could just barely unleash with the sword formation. Han Li's eyes flashed as a thought occurred to him. This ability was indeed very powerful, but regardless of whether it proved to be effective or not, the sword formation itself would most likely instantly crumble following the event. However, Han Li had no choice but to give it a try under such circumstances. If the ability did indeed prove to be ineffective, then he'd have to use his 12 awakening transformations to engage his opponent in battle. In a worst-case scenario, he still had several types of talismans and his gold-devouring beetles as trump cards. Thus, Han Li remained quite calm throughout this battle against this early body integration stage being. In the next instant, Han Li began to chant something, and an incredible scene ensued within the sword formation. The azure light barrier in the air above suddenly blurred, following which a vine-like plant emerged before plunging into the light barrier. When it first appeared, it was only several inches in size, but it grew at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye, swelling to several tens of feet in length in mere moments. The vine then immediately began to flower and bear fruit, forming a small green gourd right before the elderly man's astonished eyes. The gourd was only around the size of a human hand, and appeared to be completely mundane. However, in the next instant, the azure lotus flowers within the light barrier tremored in unison, and countless inch-long sword projections shot forth before disappearing into the gourd. Immediately thereafter, an azure sword insignia appeared on the surface of the gourd. The insignia was barely visible initially, but as vast amounts of five-colored light injected itself into the gourd along the vine, the insignia suddenly became extremely clear and began flashing with five-colored light. The elderly man didn't know what kind of ability this was, but he was naturally quite unsettled by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Thus, he instantly made a grabbing motion toward the gourd, and the pillar of three-colored light within the sword formation transformed into a massive three-colored hand before flying toward the gourd with devastating might. If the gourd were indeed only an ordinary gourd, then the fearsome three-colored hand wouldn't even have to come into contact with it before the entire vine would be reduced to nothingness. Right in this instant, Han Li suddenly uttered the word / in an indifferent manner from his vantage point in the air above. The gourd rotated on the spot as light surged around it, following which a sword of light that was around a foot in length shot forth in a flash. The sword was flashing erratically with five-colored spiritual light, and runes of different sizes were hovering around it. In the instant that the light sword was blasted forth, both the gourd and the vine dissipated into specks of spiritual light. Meanwhile, the light sword swelled to around 10 feet in size in the blink of an eye, then slashed soundlessly toward the oncoming three-colored hand, seemingly in a completely harmless manner. However, the three-colored hand was suddenly split in half without any premonition, then exploded amid a resounding boom. The giant sword then slowly changed directions and aimed itself at the elderly man, instantly drawing an alarmed expression onto his face. For some reason, a sense of peril welled up in the elderly man's spiritual sense at the sight of the seemingly ordinary five-colored light sword. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a shimmering red flying sword without any hesitation. The sword was around 3 feet in length, and it was as glittering and translucent as if it had been forged from crystal. The flying sword flashed through the air as a streak of azure light, hurtling directly toward that unsettling five-colored light sword. A cold harumph rang out in the air above, and the five-colored sword abruptly slashed through the air again. The streak of crimson light instantly shuddered before reverting back to its original form as a flying sword, then plummeting directly downward. The sword had shrunk down to only several inches in length, but a sizable chink had appeared on its blade. Even though it hadn't been sliced in half by the light sword, it had clearly been severely damaged. In the instant that the flying sword was damaged, the elderly man's face paled slightly, indicating that he'd also sustained internal injuries as a result. However, after unleashing 2 attacks, the dazzling light emanating from the five-colored light sword had dimmed significantly, and many of the runes hovering around it had also vanished. A sinister look appeared on the elderly man's face. He let loose a long cry. The 3-colored light that had just been sliced apart surged toward his body before forming a suit of antiquated 3-colored armor. The suit of armor didn't appear to be of a wooden or metallic material, and it covered his entire body from head to toe, leaving only a pair of holes for his eyes. From a distance, it appeared that he had transformed into an armored giant. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man raised both arms into the air, and 3-colored light flashed as an antiquated giant sword appeared in his hand. The elderly man clenched both hands around the hilt of the sword before positioning it in front of his body, and an astonishing burst of baleful chi instantly erupted into the heavens. At the same time, the blue pouch and golden flag descended from above, revolving around the elderly man as a streak of blue light and a streak of golden light, respectively. Han Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he looked on from his hiding spot within the light barrier. Only after borrowing the world's origin chi that had been absorbed by the sword formation was he able to just barely unleash that ability, which had been named as the Origin Chi Sword Gourd by Qin Yuanzi. The ability manifested a gourd and used the sword chi from the 72 azure bamboo clouds warm swords as a seed, then drew upon the world's origin chi to nurture a devastatingly powerful origin chi sword. The ability was extremely powerful, but it also required an astonishing amount of the world's origin chi to be unleashed. The 2 slashes that had just been unleashed had already expended close to half of the world's origin chi that had been absorbed by the sword formation. However, if the elderly man were led to believe that this was the extent of the origin chi sword's powers, then he was in for a nasty surprise. The power unleashed by the origin chi sword was completely dependent on how much of the world's origin chi was injected into the attack. Han Li was preparing to exhaust all of its remaining world's origin chi in the next attack. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he abruptly made a hand seal to spur the sword formation into action. Spiritual light instantly flashed from the azure light barrier, and the azure lotus flowers rotated on the spot before transforming into pillars of light that surged toward the giant light sword up above. Azure light flashed all over the entire heavens, and the azure light barrier thinned rapidly before completely vanishing. However, the elderly man merely glanced at his severed arm, and it flew back of its own accord before reattaching itself to his shoulder amid a flash of white light. Immediately thereafter, he circulated his magic power within his body and made a hand seal, following which the dazzling red light appeared once again, instantly elevating the surrounding temperatures by an astonishing degree. Han Li looked down at his opponent through narrowed eyes, and he didn't attack right away. Instead, a derisive sneer appeared on his face as he scoffed, "Do you really think it's that easy to recover from a wound inflicted by my origin chi sword? What are you trying to say?" The elderly man's heart jolted with shock as he cast his gaze toward his wounded arm again, upon which a dark expression instantly appeared on his face. Blood was gushing down his reattached arm again, even though he was sure that it had been completely healed just a moment ago. As soon as you try to use your magic power, the wound will open up again. That's the true horror of the origin chi sword. Would you like to fight me without any magic power from here onward, or keep fighting me until your blood runs dry?" Han Li chuckled as he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. A loud buzzing sound instantly erupted as several tens of golden flowers flew forth from his sleeve. As soon as they emerged from his sleeve, they immediately turned into massive sinister-looking beetles that were around half a foot in size each. The elderly man had been extremely shocked and enraged by Han Li's words, but he managed to maintain an expressionless facade. However, that facade instantly crumbled at the sight of the golden beetles. Gold-devouring beetles. You have mature gold-devouring beetles? A hint of fear appeared in the elderly man's eyes for the very first time. However, Han Li didn't even bother to give a reply as he made a hand seal, following which all of the gold-devouring beetles rapidly surged toward the elderly man. In the same instant, brilliant golden light erupted from his body as golden scales surfaced over his skin. Black light then flashed from his glabella, and an inky black demonic eye was revealed. At the same time, a golden halo abruptly appeared behind him, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared within the halo. A loud thunderclap erupted from his body, and countless arcs of golden lightning appeared, following which he flipped a hand over, and the divine essence-fused mountain emerged again amid a flash of gray light. Meanwhile, he waved a hand toward the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords in the surrounding area, and all of them converged to form a giant azure sword that was around 10 feet in length, which then landed in his grasp. After doing all that, Han Li stepped forward with a cold expression on his face, covering a distance of over 100 feet with a single step as he strode directly toward the elderly man down below. The elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. He looked down at his arm, which had ceased bleeding again after he'd unleashed a regenerative ability, then glanced at the several tens of massive golden beetles that were flying toward him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and suddenly opened his mouth to produce a purple talisman. The talisman exploded with a dull thump, and a cloud of purple mist permeated through the air before completely obscuring the elderly man's body within. Han Li faltered in mid-air upon witnessing this familiar scene, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, the gold-devouring beetles continued onward with single-minded ferocity, and they were submerged into the purple mist in the blink of an eye. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve toward the purple mist, dispersing it with a gust of fierce white winds, but sure enough, there was no longer anything within the mist. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he rapidly swept his gaze toward the ground down below, and he suddenly let loose a clear cry. Moments later, golden light flashed from the ground, and several tens of gold-devouring beetles emerged from the soil before disappearing up his sleeve. Even though he'd only used the beetles for a short while, Han Li could sense that close to half of his spiritual sense had been expended. Thankfully, his spiritual sense had become far more powerful after progressing to the spatial tempering stage. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to release so many gold-devouring beetles at once. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, he was able to ascertain that the elderly man had already fled to close to 10 kilometers away as a purple shadow underground, seemingly having truly been frightened away by Han Li's powers. Han Li looked on at the fleeing purple shadow, and made no effort to give chase. Even if he wanted to chase down his opponent, the elderly man's earth movement technique granted him superior speed to Han Li anyway. Furthermore, Han Li was also aware of the fact that his opponent had essentially only been frightened away by a bluff. He had been struck by the Origin Chi sword, resulting in profuse bleeding whenever he tried to use his magic power, which was obviously quite unsettling. On top of that, the vastly renowned gold-devouring beetles coupled with his immense display of power further chipped away at his opponent's confidence in winning this battle, thereby leading to him fleeing the scene. In reality, if the elderly man were to use his movement techniques to stall for time, the effect of the Origin Chi sword would soon wear off, and Han Li wouldn't be able to continue using his gold-devouring beetles for much longer either. In that case, the winner of the battle would still be a mystery. This was why Han Li had decided against hunting down his fleeing opponent. Furthermore, even though he was quite far away from Greenlight City already, Jiao Qi race reinforcements could still arrive at any moment. This was also why he'd unleashed that final Origin Chi sword strike even at the expense of his sword formation. Compared to the threat posed by the elderly man, he was more wary of Jiao Qi race reinforcements. The elderly man disappeared into the distance while Hanli stowed away his treasures without any hesitation, then also departed as an azure thread. However, he was naturally flying away in a different direction, and he also quickly disappeared from view. Thus, the forest that had been plunged into disarray became a peaceful place once again. However, only about 15 minutes later, spiritual light flashed in the sky, and 2 streaks of light rapidly hurtled forth from Green Light City. After just a few flashes, they arrived in the air above the forest, following which the light receded to reveal a pair of humanoid figures. One of them was the elderly man who had just fled the scene, and he had reverted back to his original form. His companion was none other than the other body integration stage being among their ranks, the silver-robed middle-aged man. He really has already left. At that person's speed, he must be close to 100,000 kilometers away now, the elderly man said with a frustrated expression as he appraised the ruined forest down below. Of course he's already left, only an insane person would continue to remain here. He must already be too far away for the profound heaven-shifting disc to be effective. Besides, we've already used it once today, and we'll have to wait at least 3 days before we can use it again. I'm rather curious, just how was a mere spatial tempering stage being able to harm you, brother too? The middle-aged man asked in a contemplative manner as he looked down at the massive crater on the ground below. An awkward look appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, but that was quickly replaced by a furious expression as he glanced at his own shoulder. I was too complacent and became trapped in that man's sword formation. The sword formation was extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. On top of that, he possessed a few other powerful abilities and treasures as well, so I had no choice but to retreat. Oh, by the way, he also possesses a few dozens of mature gold-devouring beetles. What? Gold-devouring beetles? The middle-aged had remained quite composed initially, but his expression changed drastically at the mention of these beetles. If it weren't for those beetles, I wouldn't have fled the battle, the elderly man said with a bitter and resentful expression. If he possesses a few dozens of those beetles, then even true holy race beings would be wary of this man in battle. However, if it's less than 100, then top-grade wood or stone treasures should still be able to temporarily trap them. The middle-aged man finally managed to recompose himself after a while. If he had more than 100 mature gold-devouring beetles, then I would have urged you to flee this place right away. How would I dare to bring you back to this place? The elderly man chuckled with a wry smile on his face. In the face of a swarm of thousands of mature gold-devouring beetles, even holy race beings would be killed for sure. I've heard that a swarm of mature gold-devouring beetles that numbered in the tens of thousands once appeared on the Thunder Continent, and the 3 or 4 minor races nearby were all eradicated by the swarm of beetles with ease. At the time, a super race used the profound heavenly treasure, the heaven-vanquishing hammer, to smash open a spatial rift and funnel all of these spirit insects into a space outside the spirit realm. Otherwise, they would have wreaked even more havoc on the continent, the middle-aged man mused. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to the middle-aged, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, but then again, nurturing gold-devouring beetles is extremely difficult. It's one of the most troublesome types of spirit insects to breed, and many people have expended a vast amount of effort to nurture them without any success. I wonder what power that man hails from to be able to bring out a few dozens of those beetles at once. Could he be a member of the 13 heavenly cloud races? The elderly man contemplated the notion for a moment before shaking his head. No. The treasures I was carrying exhibited no reaction toward him, and I was unable to pinpoint what kind of being he was from his physical appearance either. In that case, things will be a little troublesome for us. If he's carrying a jade box with him, then it'll be very difficult for us to recover it, the middle-aged man said with furrowed brows. How many boxes did you recover, fellow Daoist Ning? The elderly man asked. I managed to secure 2 boxes. That myriad ancient being was quite sly and cunning. He tried to threaten me with the destruction of the box in an attempt to get away. Thankfully, my blood-melting technique is quite proficient in sneak attacks, so I was able to catch him off guard and kill him on the spot. The middle-aged man flipped a hand over as he spoke, and 2 identical boxes appeared in his grasp, both of which had restriction talismans plastered onto their surfaces. It turned out that the big-headed being still had 2 jade boxes left even after giving out 1 each to Han Li's trio. The elderly man nodded as he rustled his sleeve to summon a jade box as well. It was none other than the one that he'd obtained from the green-skinned being. In that case, we have 3 boxes. How many boxes did Hong Yin report that the myriad ancient being was in possession of? Perhaps the elderly man had truly forgotten, or he was simply asking for confirmation. In any case, he turned to his companion and then raised the question with an inquisitive look on his face. 5 or 6, the information he sent back to us wasn't very accurate either, the middle-aged man replied after a brief hesitation. 5 or 6, what a troublesome number. That means that man is carrying at least 2 jade boxes with him, the elderly man sighed. I'm afraid so. On top of that, he appears to be quite powerful, so Hong Yin must have fallen by his hands. We can't allow him to get away with this. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he spoke in a cold voice. But he's completely disappeared now. How are we going to find him again? The elderly man asked. We obviously won't be able to do that on our own, but don't forget that most of the cities in this area are under our race's control. We can contact the closest few cities using our myriad distance talismans and request assistance from them to hunt down that man. The people deployed to search for him don't have to be very powerful either. All they have to do is startle him into showing himself, and we'll immediately get to him using a teleportation formation, the middle-aged man suggested. That's certainly worth a try. The elderly man didn't have high hopes for the proposed course of action, but he couldn't think of any better alternatives, so he still nodded in agreement in the end. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man rustled a sleeve, and a green rock tablet appeared in his hand. He then quickly inscribed something on the tablet with his finger, leaving lines of faint golden text on its surface. Moments later, the elderly man had finished writing his message, and he laid a hand over the tablet, upon which the lines of text instantly disappeared amid a flash of light. Let's return to the battle arc first. That myriad ancient being set up a self-detonating formation in the city, but our detection treasures managed to discover the formation, and someone has since disabled it. However, there are still many other things to be taken care of. We'll be busy for quite a while to come, the middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Looks like we have no choice. The elderly man naturally had no objections, and the 2 of them returned the way they'd come as 2 streaks of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Han Li fled for around 500,000 kilometers, and only after he was sure that no Jiao Qi beings could possibly chase him down did he decelerate to his normal speed. After just a prolonged period of high-speed flight, even Han Li was feeling a little worse for wear. Thus, he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and a pair of green stones immediately appeared in his grasp. These were 2 top-grade wood attribute spirit stones. Spirit stones of this caliber were quite rare, but in his current perilous situation, Han Li couldn't afford to be stingy, so he immediately began to absorb the spiritual power within the spirit stones as he held one in each hand. Thankfully, the surrounding area was extremely bleak and desolate. Han Li picked a mountain at random to descend onto, then sat with his legs crossed beneath a large yet extremely obscure tree to begin recovering his magic power. The Spring Dawn sword formation was indeed extraordinarily powerful, but it also expended a huge amount of magic power to unleash. In particular, that final strike from the Origin Chi sword had been extremely draining. Thus, Han Li sat on the summit of the mountain beneath the large tree, and no one else passed through the area. After about half a day had passed, Hanli had recovered most of his magic power. He reopened his eyes with an elated expression on his face, and displayed no intention of staying here any longer. Thus, he stowed away the spirit stone and hurtled into the air as a streak of azure light again. After flying for over 1,000 feet, the streak of green light suddenly became very blurry and barely visible. Within the azure light, Hanli pulled out a jade slip. This was none other than the map of the surrounding area that Hanli had obtained from Qing Shao prior to teleporting to Greenlight Island. Even though the Flame Coral Islands had been out of contact with the Thunder Continent for thousands of years, most of the things on the map should have remained the same. Thus, Hanli's spiritual sense seeped into the jade slip as he began to search for a suitable route from here onward. He didn't know how much control the Jiaoqi race had over this area, but he definitely wasn't going to visit the few nearby cities. Instead, he was planning to skirt around all of these cities and head toward the largest city that belonged to the 13 heavenly cloud races in this area, Golden Armor City. It was said that this city was situated in an extremely important location, so not only was it the largest city that belonged to the 13 heavenly cloud races in this area, it was also guarded by a large number of elite forces from the 13 races. At the same time, there were also many high-grade beings defending the city. If he weren't mistaken, the Jiaoqi race was most likely planning to eradicate all of the nearby cities first before attacking Golden Armor City. With that in mind, Hanli looked up at the suns in the sky to recalibrate himself, then flew toward the direction that he'd decided on. He already knows that we're attacking this area, so he must be well aware of the fact that if we were to seize complete control over this area, he'll be dead no matter how powerful he is. I also didn't think that we'd encounter such a big fish so early on in our campaign. If we could capture that man alive, it would be quite the accolade, the woman said with furrowed brows. We're aware of just how important that man is to the 13 heavenly cloud races, so we definitely won't allow him to escape from this place. We've already sent out a large number of scouts to scour through this entire area, as well as 2 groups of powerful beings that are constantly at the ready. As soon as we receive news of his location, those 2 groups will teleport over right away. Teleportation of that kind is restricted to within a certain distance and will require a huge price to be paid, but I'm sure it'll be worth it to capture that man, the red-haired woman chimed in a respectful manner. Alright, I'll leave it to you two then. By the way, wasn't Envoy 2 requesting our assistance to capture someone a few days ago? The woman suddenly asked. Yes, Master 2 and the others did indeed distribute a portrait to all of the nearby cities, asking them to keep an eye out for a certain man. Apparently, they're searching for an upper race 7th tier being who's carrying something important in the context of the mission, the elderly man replied after a brief hesitation. They really are useless. Even with such a huge cultivation base advantage, they still let a mere upper race being get away. If it weren't for the fact that it was already a part of the plan to put this area into complete lockdown, we wouldn't even pay any heed to such a ridiculous request, the woman scoffed as a derisive look flashed through her eyes. Neither the elderly man nor the red-haired woman dared to say anything in response. Speaking on this matter, though, I'm rather curious about just what the elders sent those out to obtain. They even asked me to loan them one of only 2 fortress-level battle arcs in my possession. As a result of that setback, we had to change our plans, and we still haven't taken over this area. Even now, the young woman chuckled coldly, seemingly very displeased with the current arrangement. Lady Yin, the panel of elders ordered us to loan them the battle arc, so we can't go against those orders. Seeing as the panel of elders is holding the mission in such high regard, it's safe to assume that the items they've been deployed to secure must be extremely important for our race. Thankfully, the elders deployed a new group of battle puppets to us, and those will be enough for us to completely control this area. At present, there are only 2 cities left in this area that haven't been conquered by our forces, the red-haired woman replied in a cautious manner. Those puppets are relatively useful in large-scale battles, but they're useless for patrol and tracking purposes. The result of the clash was much the same as Hanli had expected. As soon as the 2 spatial tempering stage puppets sprang into action, the armored warriors and giant falcons were completely no match. They were either sliced into several segments or plummeted from the sky amid howls of anguish with raging flames incinerating their bodies. However, the Jiao Qi beings seemed to have anticipated that this would happen in advance, so they weren't all that unsettled. Instead, many of the armored warriors suddenly patted something on their waists, and swathes of 5-colored light were sent surging toward the long-haired foreign being. Before they had even gotten close to the foreign being, the 5-colored light transformed into a series of large nets that hurtled toward him. It appeared that the Jiao Qi beings were trying to capture the foreign being alive. Hanli was quite surprised to see this. Right at this moment, the foreign being let loose a cold harumph before suddenly stomping down on the flying ark underfoot. The ark immediately flashed with yellow light, following which a dense yellow light barrier appeared. The foreign being then made a hand seal, and a layer of white lightning arcs instantly surfaced over the light barrier. As soon as those large nets descended, they were blasted into balls of spiritual light by the flashing arcs of lightning. Before the armored warriors had a chance to employ any other tactics, the long-haired foreign being flipped both of his hands over to summon a pair of shimmering golden treasures that resembled round shields, then tossed them up into the air. The 2 treasures shot forth amid a loud whistling sound, and all of the surrounding armored beings appraised the pair of treasures with alarm and wariness in their eyes. However, the 2 golden treasures merely circled around in the air before whizzing back to the foreign being, much to the bemusement of all of the surrounding Jiao Qi beings. Following a dull thump, the 2 shields crashed into the foreign being's body, upon which both of them began to emit a ball of piercing golden light. Immediately thereafter, the foreign being completely disappeared, but a large golden ball with a diameter of around 10 feet had appeared in his place. The ball was shimmering with golden light, looking as if it had been constructed from pure gold. Furthermore, there were all types of runes carved all over its surface, striking the onlooker with a sense of mystery and intrigue. A string of peculiar screeching sounds rang out from the golden ball, following which countless sharp blades that were each around a foot in length appeared all over its surface. The ball then hurtled into the crowd, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. The sharp blades on the surface of the golden ball didn't look to be anything special, but all of the armored warriors that came into contact with them were sliced into several pieces without being able to offer up any resistance. All of the attacks that were launched toward the golden ball were also repelled by its high rotational speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden ball had joined the horse puppet as they flew toward the same direction together. As for the 7-headed lion puppet, it was following close behind them with fireballs continuing to surge relentlessly out of its mouths. Most of the fireballs were aimed up at the giant falcons that were flying at higher altitudes, thereby preventing them from attempting to swoop down from above. The 3 combined to form a lethal trio. Close to 100 armored warriors and giant falcons were slain in an instant, and the trio was just about to escape. All of a sudden, one of the deity transformation stage Jiao Qi beings let loose a loud cry, and the armored warriors around the foreign being and his puppet suddenly backed away, retreating in all directions. The twin-headed giant falcons up above also dispersed, thereby creating a large area of empty space around the golden ball and the 2 puppets, with a radius of close to 1,000 feet. The foreign being within the golden ball faltered upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the 2 battle arcs in the sky finally sprang into action. The hundreds of crystalline pillars on the undersides of the battle arcs lit up in unison, following which white pillars of light came raining down from above. The white light completely encompassed the area of open space that had just appeared, and a string of deafening explosions rang out in rapid succession. The golden ball and both of the puppets were instantly inundated by this white light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the armored warriors and giant falcons surrounded their target once again, reorganizing their formation during this period of respite. The attacks from the two battle arcs quickly subsided, and the white light gradually faded. Hanli narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze up above to discover that a shimmering blue giant umbrella with a radius of over 100 feet had appeared. Beneath the giant umbrella, the upper half of the foreign being's body was protruding out of the massive golden ball, and his brows were tightly furrowed in a concerned expression as he quickly assessed his surroundings. Meanwhile, his two puppets had also remained completely unscathed. On this occasion, the foreign being didn't seem to want to delay any further. He let loose a low cry before raising a hand and waving it up into the air. The giant umbrella above him immediately shrank at a rapid rate amid a flash of spiritual light, dwindling down to several inches in size before landing in his grasp. He then twisted around, and his upper body disappeared back into the golden bowl. At the same time, the two puppets flew through the air again, and another fierce battle ensued. This battle was quite similar to the last one. The armored warriors and giant falcons were still no match for their opponents, and within moments, almost half of them had perished. Just as the foreign being was about to escape again, the lion puppet suddenly ceased its fireball output. Red light flashed from its body several times in quick succession, following which all 7 of its heads drooped, and it fell completely stationary on the spot. The armored warriors nearby initially faltered upon seeing this before being greatly spurred on by this development. A few of them instantly raised their hands, and 5-colored light surged through the air, forming several large nets that completely ensnared the lion puppet. The armored warriors dragged the nets toward them, and the lion puppet was forcibly captured. Without the fireball output from the lion puppet, the giant falcons up above no longer had any qualms as they flapped their wings violently and swooped down at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, azure light was flashing throughout the entire sky, and howls of anguish rang out in quick succession as all of the armored warriors and giant falcons in the area were felled in just the span of a few breaths. No one was able to withstand Han Li's sword threads. Within mere moments, all of the enemies around Han Li had been slain. Only then did the surrounding Jiao Qi beings return to their senses, and all of them reflexively retreated even further with alarmed expressions on their faces. However, Han Li had no intention of stopping here. He swept a sleeve through the air, and 2 black shadows instantly shot forth from within. Golden and black lights flashed, following which a small leopard-like beast and a small black monkey that was around a foot tall appeared. "Kill them all, don't let anyone leave alive," Han Li commanded with a cold expression on his face. As soon as Han Li finished issuing that command, the leopard-like beast swayed to conjure up a dozen or so identical projections, all of which instantly rushed into the crowd. Meanwhile, black light flashed from the small monkey's body, and it swelled to several tens of times its original size, transforming into a massive black ape that was over 200 feet tall. The ape thumped its chest while letting loose a cold harumph, upon which a swath of yellow light swept forth from within its large nostrils. All of the twin-headed falcons that were struck by this yellow light plummeted from the sky as if they were inebriated. The giant ape then swung its fists violently up above, smashing the giant falcons into mincemeat as if they were nothing more than pesky insects. As for Han Li, he was unleashing his flying swords on the surrounding enemies once again. With each and every flash of an azure thread, at least one armored warrior or giant falcon was slain without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the armored warriors and giant falcons had been slain by Han Li and his 2 spirit beasts. Soon, there were less than 100 armored warriors that remained, and fearful expressions had finally appeared on their faces. One of the deity transformation stage leaders issued a loud command, and all of them dispersed before fleeing for their lives toward the two battle arcs up above. Hanli immediately rose up into the air in hot pursuit without any hesitation, and azure threads continued to harvest more lives as they flashed through the air. All of a sudden, a resounding boom erupted overhead, and Hanli's heart stirred as he hurriedly looked up. At this moment, a brilliant light began to radiate from the crystalline pillars on the undersides of the two silver battle arcs, following which over 100 pillars of light came raining down without any regard for the Jiao Qi beings nearby. Hanli harumphed coldly as he flapped his wings, and he disappeared on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, all of the pillars of light struck nothing but empty air. In the next instant, Hanli reappeared above one of the battle arcs before making a grabbing motion downward in an expressionless manner. An inky black palm extended itself out of his sleeve, then pressed down in a seemingly gentle manner. Gray light flashed and a miniature black mountain emerged from his palm. The mountain then swelled drastically to over 10,000 feet in size before crashing down toward the battle arc with devastating might. The divine essence fused mountain had become even more gigantic than the battle arc, and it instantly cast a colossal shadow over the entire battle arc. The Jiao Qi beings within the battle arc were stunned to see this, and they hurriedly spurred on the battle arc to try and evade the attack, but it was already far too late. The underside of the giant mountain crashed into the battle arc amid a resounding boom, and despite the fact that the mountain was repelled slightly by the force of the collision, most of the battle arc's surface had caved in significantly. At the same time, it was rammed down above, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Close to half of the entire arc had sunk into the ground, and it was quite clear that it wouldn't be doing any more flying anytime soon. However, a hint of surprise appeared in Hanli's eyes upon seeing this. The fact that the battle arc hadn't been completely destroyed by the divine essence fused mountain indicated that the materials used to construct it were most likely not inferior to normal treasures. Constructing such a massive battle arc would require the expenditure of a vast amount of such materials. Thinking back to the giant island that Hanli had seen in Greenlight City, which was far more gigantic than even these two battle arcs, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The insane wealth of the Jiao Qi race finally dawned on him. They really were worthy of being known as one of the most powerful races in the spirit realm. Despite the shock in his heart, Hanli displayed no intention of giving his opponents any respite. He flicked his fingers toward the black mountain from afar in quick succession, and the mountain came crashing down again. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the silver battle arc was flattened into a pancake of scrap metal beneath the colossal mountain. The Jiao Qi beings operating the battle arc may not have been killed as a result, but they most certainly wouldn't be enjoying themselves in there either. However, much to Hanli's surprise, silver light shimmered from the battle arc, and it was slowly repairing itself despite the horrendous condition it was in. Hanli raised his eyebrows upon seeing this before immediately making a grabbing motion. Several tens of azure threads instantly shot forth out of thin air, all of which converged into Hanli's grasp. Following a flash of piercing azure light, the azure threads formed a giant sword that was around 10 feet in length. However, its surface was shimmering with azure light, and it didn't appear to actually possess any substance. Hanli grabbed onto the hilt of the sword without a second thought and prepared to bring it down upon the crippled battle arc down below. However, right at this moment, an urgent cry from the foreign being suddenly rang out. "Look out, Senior!" Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before abruptly sensing a burst of immense spiritual power exploding beside him. Without any time for further thought, Hanli swiveled around and lashed out with his giant sword toward the direction where the spiritual power was erupting from. A streak of azure sword qi that was over 100 feet in length instantly swept through the air and struck the burst of spiritual power. The two clashed and exploded over 300 feet away from Hanli, forming a pillar of azure and black wind that surged up into the sky, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold from afar. Hanli narrowed his eyes as he focused his gaze on that direction, and he discovered that 4 beings of different appearances had appeared in the air above the silver battle arc. One of them was a humanoid being with a set of pale facial features. His feet were bare, and he was holding a strange transparent blade as he appraised Hanli with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It appeared that he was the one who had unleashed that sneak attack just then. The other 3 beings consisted of an elderly woman, a midget, and a giant Neanderthal-like man wearing a beast-hide garment. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward them to find that the one who had just attacked him was a mid-spatial tempering stage being, while the other 3 were all at the early spatial tempering stage. He had already assessed the surrounding area and failed to discover these 4, so he was unsure of where they had popped up from. These 4 spatial tempering stage beings were certainly going to be more troublesome to take care of than those armored warriors, but they still posed no threat to Hanli. He was only slightly curious about how they had managed to escape his detection. "You've got some guts to destroy a battle arc from our Jiao-Qi race. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be from the 13 heavenly cloud races. In any case, we'll just have to capture you and interrogate you later," the pale-faced being said in a cold voice. He then cast his gaze toward another direction. There, the foreign being had emerged from the golden ball again, and he was appraising the 4 spatial tempering stage being with a dark expression on his face. "Mr. Jia, I've heard that you're not even a purebred myriad ancient being. In that case, why would you insist on fighting for the 13 heavenly cloud races? Prior to coming here, the elders of our race specifically mentioned you and offered much praise for your proficiency in the art of puppetry. The elders have also promised that if you're willing to join our Jiao-Qi race, they would transform your body at all costs to give you the purest bloodline, and I can guarantee that your cultivation base would be significantly enhanced as a result. Given suitable opportunities in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for you to become a holy race being," the pale-faced being said in a respectful voice. After a brief silence, Jia Tianmu shook his head expressionlessly, and replied, "Join the Jiao-Qi race? I have no interest in that. I may not have the purest bloodline, but I'm greatly indebted to the elders of our myriad ancient race, so I won't pledge my allegiance to any other race. Besides, I'm sure you're not just trying to capture me for my puppet refinement skills. You're also planning to interrogate me for some secrets of the 13 heavenly cloud races, right?" As opposed to becoming enraged by Jia Tianmu's rejection, the pale-faced being smiled, and continued, "Mr. Jia, do you still think you have a chance of escaping this place? Your puppets are indeed very powerful, but you must be close to exhausting your supply of spirit stones, right? At your current cultivation base, you pose no threat to us at all. We don't want to have to do things by force, so I'd advise you to hand yourself over to us." Jia Tianmu's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, but he cast his gaze toward Hanli. The pale-faced being faltered slightly upon seeing Jia Tianmu's reaction before also turning to Hanli in an expressionless manner. "Are you counting on him to rescue you? So be it, we'll get rid of this pesky meddler first, then. Are you going to surrender, or will we have to destroy your body and capture your soul?" the pale-faced being asked in a cold voice. Hanli's pupils contracted upon hearing this, but he then chuckled, and replied, "You sure can talk big. I wonder if you're all talk or if you can actually walk the walk as well." The pale-faced being was rather surprised by Hanli's response. He carefully appraised Hanli for a moment before a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him, and his expression suddenly changed as he turned to the elderly woman in their group. "This man is a little familiar. Is he the one that Envoy 2 asked us to capture a few days ago? Now that you mention it, he really is identical to the man on the portrait. He must be quite powerful to have been able to escape from Envoy Tuesday." The elderly woman nodded as a cold light flashed through her eyes. The other 2 beings in the group were both rather surprised to hear this. Is he really the one? In that case, we're in luck, we'll be completing 2 missions at once. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to him for destroying the other battle arc. Otherwise, if the other team were to be teleported here as well, we'd have to split the reward for completing these missions with them," the giant man clad in beast hide guffawed. "Humph, you seem quite confident, fellow Daoishli. I'd advise you to be more careful against such a powerful opponent, though. Otherwise, you could be in for a nasty surprise," the midget chuckled coldly. "Hee, no matter how powerful he is, there's no way he can take on all four of us on his own," the huge man chuckled nonchalantly in response. "Of course he's no match for the four of us, but are you sure we can stop him if he insists on getting away?" the midget countered as he pursed his lips. The group of four conversed casually with one another, and they seemed to all be on good terms with each other. The price that had to be paid to teleport them here was most likely quite a hefty one, and from the sounds of it, there was supposed to be another team teleported to this place as well. However, due to the fact that one of the battle arcs had been destroyed, they were the only ones who had ended up here. The fact that they had deployed so many spatial tempering stage beings just to pursue a deity transformation stage being further highlighted that the foreign being was no ordinary character. However, the fact that these beings had managed to identify him right away was rather surprising. It seemed that the body integration stage being from Greenlight City still hadn't given up on him. This made Hanli even more curious about what lay within the two jade boxes that the big-headed being had given to him. They clearly had to be harboring extremely important items for the body integration stage being to be so intent on capturing him. Even as these thoughts were racing through Hanli's mind, he remained completely expressionless. At this moment, the leopard Kirin beast and weeping soul beast also returned to Hanli's side, then glowered at the four beings with vicious looks in their eyes. However, they were also aware that these four beings were far more powerful than the ones they'd slain before, so they didn't rush in headfirst and attack in a reckless manner. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being turned to Hanli and seemed to be about to say something, but Hanli didn't give him a chance to speak, abruptly sweeping a sleeve toward all four beings instead. Several tens of azure threads immediately split up into four groups before hurtling toward the four beings like lightning, reaching them in the blink of an eye. All four of the spatial tempering stage Jiao Qi beings were given a massive fright by this development. They had witnessed Hanli using those sword threads to slay the armored warriors earlier, yet the speed being displayed by these threads was significantly superior compared to before, and in their shock and horror, they could only set up defensive measures or take evasive action in a panicked manner. The pale-faced being swayed and disappeared on the spot amid a plume of white smoke. Light shimmered from the elderly woman's body, conjuring up several identical projections. All of the projections were shattered in a flash by the azure threads, but the woman was nowhere to be found. The midget's expression changed in the instant that the azure threads came hurtling toward him, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which a shimmering silver cloud appeared beneath his feet. The cloud swayed before abruptly carrying him away as a ball of silver light, traveling at a speed that was not inferior by much compared to the azure thread. Only the giant man chose to remain on the spot and take the azure threads head-on. Red light flashed from his hand, and a massive axe that was around 10 feet in size appeared in his grasp. There were scorching crimson flames burning along the axe, and he positioned it before him like a shield. The axe had been refined from many types of precious fire attribute materials, thereby granting it immense power and making it just as resolute as top-grade defensive treasures. This was why the man had decided to use it as a shield even after witnessing all of the armored warriors being sliced apart like cabbage by the azure threads. However, as soon as the man raised the massive axe, a burst of azure light flashed, and the axe suddenly became weightless in his hands. He looked down to discover that his axe had been severed into 7 or 8 segments by the azure threads in an instant, so he was left holding only a section of its hilt. In the beginning, the bird was only several tens of feet in size, but its body instantly swelled to around 700 to 800 feet in size amid a flash of spiritual light. The colossal bird flapped its wings and transformed into a gust of fierce winds that appeared above the elderly woman's head in the next instant. A rumbling thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of white lightning that were as thick as large bowls surfaced over the bird's body. Its gargantuan talons came crashing down amid the flashing lightning, and before they had even descended upon their target, a mountainous burst of spiritual pressure had already struck her. "Look out!" Both the pale-faced being and the midget were quite alarmed to see this. The pale-faced being lashed out from afar, and ghostly howls rang out from his bracers as two pillars of black light hurtled through the air. Meanwhile, the dozen or so yellow darts circling around the midget's body also shot forth as streaks of yellow light. Both of them were trying to stop Hanli in his tracks. At this point, they'd all realized that they'd severely underestimated Hanli's power, and that he was not an opponent any one of them could face on their own. Thus, they were absolutely petrified and were doing everything they could to avoid being divided and conquered. As soon as the immense spiritual pressure emanating from Hanli's pair of massive talons dawned on the elderly woman, her face instantly turned deathly pale. The massive bird was flying toward her far too quickly for her to evade, and in her desperation, she could only grit her teeth before expelling a mouthful of blood essence onto the artwork before her. The ball of blood essence instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that was immediately absorbed by the artwork, and almost at the exact same moment, a ball of dazzling golden light erupted from the artwork, following which the golden formation inscribed upon it shot forth from within. The formation swelled to over 100 feet in size in a flash, then rose up rapidly into the air. The giant bird completely disregarded the oncoming pillars of black light and streaks of yellow light, clamping down with single-minded ferocity onto the golden formation with its huge talons. An explosive boom rang out as white arcs of lightning intertwined with golden light to conjure up a spectacular lights show. The surrounding space exploded as a result of the clash, causing everything in the nearby area to twist and warp. The massive bird remained completely unscathed in spite of that explosion, but the elderly woman's face instantly paled as she let loose a pained groan within the golden formation, then threw up a mouthful of blood. Thankfully for her, the golden formation had managed to just barely keep the oncoming talons at bay. However, before she even had a chance to heave a sigh of relief, a cold light flashed through the giant bird's eyes, and it sent its other set of talons hurtling downward as well. The elderly woman's heart immediately sank upon seeing this. In the face of Hanli's devastating attack, she could only open her mouth and expel another mouthful of blood essence onto the golden formation up above. The formation expanded slightly in size as a result, and she could only hope that it would be powerful enough to withstand Hanli's attacks. She only had to keep him at bay for a short while before her companions would be able to swoop in and reinforce her. Despite how powerful Hanli was, there was still a good chance that the three of them would be able to kill him if they were to combine their powers. The woman had made the right decision under the current circumstances, but she had still underestimated the power of Hanli's Kuan-Ping transformation. Among the 5 transformations of the 12 awakening transformations that Hanli had mastered, the Kuan-Ping transformation was the one he was most proficient in. Furthermore, he had also absorbed 4 other true spirit bloods that further enhanced his body, thereby significantly bolstering the power of the Kuan-Ping transformation. In his current state, he was no less powerful than the spirit birds who had inherited the bloodline of the Kuan-Ping. Just as the giant bird's talons were about to strike the golden formation, a cold light flashed through its eyes, and it suddenly opened its mouth to unleash an extraordinarily thick bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning struck the golden formation first, causing the latter to tremor violently. Right at this moment, the other set of talons also struck the formation amid an earth-shattering boom. The golden light emanating from the formation only flashed a few times before it was torn apart by the pair of giant talons as if it were nothing more than a frail rag. The woman was petrified upon seeing this, Yet before she had a chance to unleash any other abilities, one of the massive talons flashed through the air, instantly splitting her body into several sections, and her dismembered remains plummeted from the air above amid a rain of fresh blood. At this moment, the two pillars of black light and dozen or so yellow streaks of light were also about to strike the gigantic bird's body. However, spiritual light suddenly flashed as a crystalline light barrier surfaced from within the bird's body. The pillars and streaks of light faltered initially upon striking the light barrier before being refracted in a completely different direction, thereby missing their target. The two pillars of black light disappeared into the distance in a flash, but the streaks of yellow light twisted around before hurtling toward the giant bird again. However, the bird merely flapped its wings to sweep up a burst of fierce white winds, and the yellow streaks of light were blown into oblivion. Arcs of lightning then began to flash erratically all over the giant bird's body, and it pounced directly toward the midget amid a string of successive thunderclaps. After witnessing Hanli slay the elderly woman before swatting aside his attack with ease, the midget's face instantly turned deathly pale at the sight of the oncoming Hanli. He immediately stomped a foot down onto his silver cloud before flashing through the air as a ball of silver light. In the next instant, he appeared beside the pale-faced being before pointing a finger at the green wooden bowl beside him. The bowl immediately transformed into a green light barrier then shielded his body within. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being wore a dark expression as he let loose a loud cry. Bursts of black mist immediately erupted from the bracers that he was wearing, and the black mist enshrouded both himself and the midget in the blink of an eye. The black mist then began to surge in all directions, quickly covering an area with a radius of over 300 feet and continuing to expand outward, showing no signs of stopping. A series of ghostly shadows appeared within the mist amid ghastly howls and unsettling cries. Both the pale-faced being and the midget's auras disappeared within the mist. At this moment, the giant bird had also changed directions to pursue the midget, and it was greeted by the sight of a sea of black mist. Yin Qi. He almost immediately identified this black mist to be extremely pure Yin Qi. If a normal cultivator were to be caught off guard and ventured into the mist, they would be instantly reduced to a shriveled corpse. However, a peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Before the giant bird had even issued any instructions, the weeping soul beast suddenly let loose a cry of excitement. It then thumped its fists into its chest before letting loose a cold harumph, expelling a vast expanse of yellow light from its nostrils toward the black mist. The massive bird also let loose a clear cry, and it flapped its wings as the arcs of lightning surging all over its body exploded in unison, transforming into a dazzling ball of lightning. After the lightning disappeared, a loud thunderclap rang out, following which a bolt of white lightning as thick as a water tank emerged in the air above the sea of black mist. The giant bird emerged from within the bolt of lightning, then circled around in the air before swooping down toward the black mist down below. At this moment, the pale-faced being was lurking within the mist while holding a black flag in his hand, and as opposed to being enraged or alarmed by Han Li's actions, he was ecstatic. He let loose a loud cry before abruptly waving his flag through the air, upon which a vast expanse of black mist surged upward into the air to manifest a black ghostly face that was around an acre in size. The ghostly face was like a living being with green flames flashing in its eye sockets, and it opened its cavernous mouth as it rose up to meet the oncoming bird. However, right at this moment, the weeping soul beast's soul-devouring lights swept forth. The ghostly face had only just risen slightly into the air when it let loose a howl of shock and horror as it became embroiled within the yellow light. The massive face twisted and warped before disintegrating into countless bursts of black qi that were swept up by the yellow light. Not only that, but the entire sea of black mist down below also began to churn violently in the instant that the yellow light appeared. As the yellow light passed through, the black mist was broken down into countless strands of black threads that then disappeared in a flash. In the past, the Weeping Soul Beast had been able to combat Yin power, but it would have been quite difficult for it to absorb such a vast quantity of Yin Qi at once. However, following its many evolutions, its soul-devouring light had become far more powerful than it had been in the past. As such, most of the black mist was swept away in virtually the blink of an eye. Thus, the pale-faced being and the midget that were hiding within the mist were both completely revealed. The pale-faced being was holding a flag in his hand with an incredulous look on his face, and as soon as the two beings had been exposed, the giant bird lashed out toward them with its massive talons. Azure light flashed from the bird's wings, and it flapped them downward in unison. Nothing amiss seemed to have taken place as a result, but both the pale-faced being and the midget suddenly felt the air tighten around them, following which an invisible mountainous force crashed down on their shoulders. The pale-faced being possessed the superior cultivation base among the two, thereby allowing him to remain standing, albeit just barely, even in the face of such fearsome pressure. In contrast, his weaker companion let loose a muffled groan before being forced onto one knee. The azure light barrier around him became extremely warped, and a large section of it above his head had caved in significantly. At the same time, the barrier was shuddering violently, looking as if it could crumble at any moment. The midget was well aware of the immense defensive prowess that his treasure possessed, so he was extremely alarmed by this development. Despite how much their bodies were being debilitated by this immense pressure, they certainly weren't going to stand around idly and allow themselves to be killed. Thus, the pale-faced being forcibly flicked a wrist, and the black flag transformed into a black misty WIRM that rose up into the air. At the same time, black light swirled around his bracers, and a projection flew out from each bracer. Hanli focused his gaze to discover that this was a pair of malicious ghosts, one red and one green. Both had sinister sets of facial features with twin horns on their heads and bare upper bodies, wearing beast-hide garments to conceal their lower bodies. The two ghosts raised their arms in unison, and a swath of black immediately surged forth, close behind the misty WIRM. An explosive boom rang out, following which a layer of crimson light surfaced over his body, then swelled to form a ball of light comparable in size to a wagon wheel. Even the giant talons that were enshrouded in silver flames were repelled by this ball of light, unable to land on their target. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a faint crimson shadow shot forth from within the crimson light, covering a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, then sped to over 1,000 feet away, taking it not too far away from the remaining battle arc. With Han Li's spirit eye ability, the crimson shadow naturally didn't escape his notice. As such, he immediately twisted around to give chase. However, right at this moment, a pillar of golden light suddenly shot forth soundlessly and without any premonition, almost instantly striking the crimson shadow that had just reappeared above the battle arc. Several arcs of golden lightning struck the crimson shadow amid a loud thunderclap, and the shadow let loose a blood-curdling cry before being reduced to nothingness. Divine Devilbane Lightning. Hanli was quite startled to see this familiar golden lightning. He cast his gaze toward the origin of the golden lightning to discover that the long-haired foreign being had already emerged from his golden ball, and that a blue humanoid puppet that was around 20 feet tall had appeared beside him. The puppet was entirely blue in color, and one of its hands was raised with thin arcs of lightning flashing in between its fingers. This Jia Tianmu had not only two high-grade puppets, but also a third one that was capable of unleashing divine Devilbane lightning. That came as quite a surprise to Han Li. However, he was only caught in a stunned stupor for an instant before flapping his wings and hurtling toward the silver battle arc as a gust of fierce winds. Azure light flashed, and his massive avian body swelled dramatically once again. Immediately thereafter, the massive bird's talons came crashing down upon the battle arc with piercing lightning flashing alongside them. The talons instantly pierced into the battle arc amid a string of resounding booms, and a massive hole was torn into its silver surface. The giant bird then opened its cavernous mouth, and a thick bolt of lightning blasted forth, disappearing into the hole in a flash. Lightning flashed, and cries of anguish rang out from within the battle arcs as countless Jiao Qi beings were slain in the blink of an eye. However, the giant bird didn't rest there. It flapped its wings downward in a violent manner, and a gust of fierce white winds swept forth. It then released the massive battle arcs, and the latter was swept up by the gale-force winds before plummeting toward the ground. The battle arc crashed onto the ground amid a resounding boom, and the massive bird let loose a long cry before folding its wings away, then shrinking down to its humanoid form amid a flash of azure light. Han Li cast his gaze onto the ground down below, then made a hand seal, and several tens of small azure swords appeared in unison in the surrounding area. The swords tremored before hurtling through the air streaks of azure light, making short work of the ruined battle arc down below. Han Li then turned his attention to the battle arc that he had previously felled, manipulating his flying swords to destroy that arc as well. At this moment, the armored warriors and giant falcons in the surrounding area had also almost been completely eradicated by the Weeping Soul Beast and the Leopard Kirin Beast. Only a few fortunate survivors had managed to flee into the extremely far distance, but the rest of their companions had all been slain. Han Li couldn't be bothered to send his two beasts after those beings, and he merely waved a hand through the air, upon which a black ring whizzed out of his sleeve. The massive black ape instantly shrank down and disappeared into the black ring as a streak of black light, along with the leopard Kirin beast, which also returned as a streak of golden light. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the black ring flew back to him before being stowed away. Only then did Han Li cast his gaze toward the distance where Jia Tianmu was standing, then suddenly flew over to him as a streak of azure light. After just a single flash, he appeared around 10 feet before Jia Tianmu in a wraith-like manner, then appraised him in a cold and expressionless manner. Jian Tianmu's heart stirred upon seeing this, but he quickly put on a smile before cupping his fist in a grateful salute. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I'll be sure to fulfill my promise and reward you with a sentient puppet once we return to the myriad ancient race. You sure are brave to have dared to drag me into your mess. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now?" A hint of killing intent surfaced within Han Li's narrowed eyes. "Surely you jest, fellow Daoist. If you had intended to do that, I'd already be dead. Besides, I only brought you into this matter as I had no alternatives, so I hope you'll forgive me, Senior," Jia Tianmu replied with a smile. "How did you know I was nearby?" "In my own opinion, my concealment techniques are quite effective, especially against those of a lower cultivation base than myself," Han Li suddenly asked after a brief silence. Following a brief hesitation, Jia Tianmu opened his mouth to expel an object, which landed in his hand before he offered it up for Han Li's inspection. "Of course I wouldn't have been able to detect your presence on my own. It was all thanks to this thing." Han Li focused his gaze on the item to find that it was a black and white bead with what appeared to be a series of spiritual chi vortexes swirling on its surface. "What's this?" Han Li found the item to be rather familiar somehow. "Are you unfamiliar with this item, Senior?" This sense enhancement bead is a treasure refined from the inner core of a type of a rare spirit beast known as the Nye beast. It can temporarily enhance one's spiritual sense by about twofold, but after every usage, there will be quite a few after effects, and the treasure will need to be nurtured within the user's body for many years before it recovers. However, it's extremely useful in dire situations, Jia Tianmu explained in a truthful manner. Spiritual sense enhancement by twofold. Han Li was stunned to hear this. If this treasure were able to enhance one's cultivation base by roughly twofold, then he wouldn't be all that surprised. After all, treasures that could be used to temporarily enhance one's power were rare in the spirit realm, but not non-existent. However, this was the first time he had heard of something that could enhance one's spiritual sense in the spirit realm. One's spiritual sense normally increased along with their cultivation base as well as the cultivation arts used, so generally speaking, no treasure could affect one's spiritual sense. Sense Enhancement Bead. Nya Beast. Han Li murmured to himself as a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. Jia Tianmu's heart stirred at the sight of Han Li's expression, and he hurriedly added, however, the Nya beasts required to refine this bead are almost extinct in the spirit realm, and once a sense enhancement bead is used, it can't be used by any other person. If one were to forcibly devour a sense enhancement bead that had already previously been used by someone else, they would be driven insane due to their spiritual sense becoming overly chaotic. I see. Han Li was rather disappointed to hear this, and the hint of killing intent that had just welled up in his heart quickly faded. However, he still found the black bead to be extremely familiar. In fact, there seemed to be one in his storage bracelet. Han Li suddenly recalled back to when he had slain that unknown beast in the Devil Fall Valley countless years ago. The inner core of that beast was very similar in appearance to this sense enhancement bead. Could it be that the mutant beast from back then was a Nya beast? A hint of excitement welled up in Han Li's heart as that thought occurred to him. If he also possessed a sense enhancement bead, then wouldn't he be able to unleash close to twice as many gold-devouring beetles as he'd normally be capable of? In dire situations against overwhelmingly powerful enemies, he'd be able to scare them away with his gold-devouring beetles. Despite these thoughts running through his mind, Han Li didn't ask any further questions about the sense enhancement bead as he didn't want to arouse suspicion from Jia Tianmu. Instead, he glanced at the humanoid puppet beside them, then asked in an indifferent voice, judging from how intent the Jiao Qi beings were on capturing, "You must be no ordinary being, right? How about you introduce yourself first?" "I'm just an upper-race third-tier being who knows a thing or two about puppet refinement, which has earned me a bit of renown in my race," Jia Tianmu replied with a nonchalant smile. "Is that so? Your puppet refinement skills must truly be extraordinary for the Jiao Qi race elders to hold you in such high regard," Han Li mused in an indifferent manner. Jia Tianmu merely chuckled and refrained from offering a response on this occasion. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding area before a slightly concerned look appeared on his face. "Senior, this is not a place that we should linger in. How about you leave with me first before we discuss any other matters?" "Humph, you're right about that, but I have no intention of going with you. From now on, we go our separate ways. You're such a big target, I don't want to get swept up in your mess a second time," Han Li harumphed coldly. He then twisted around, and azure light shimmered from his body as he prepared to depart. "Wait. The further ahead you go, the more Jiao Qi beings you'll encounter. Even with your powers, it won't be a simple task to escape from this area. I know of a secret teleportation formation that can take us directly out of the area that has been taken over by the Jiao Qi race," Jia Tianmu hurriedly said with an urgent look on his face. "A teleportation formation? You're not lying to me, are you?" The azure light radiating from Han Li's body faded as he turned to Jia Tianmu with a surprised look on his face. "Rest assured, Senior, this is a secret teleportation formation set up solely for special members of the 13 heavenly cloud races like myself. Once we get there, you'll be able to immediately ascertain the validity of my claim. If you discover that I'm lying, you can do with me as you please," Jia Tianmu replied with a smile. Han Li fell into silent contemplation upon hearing this. It was indeed the case that he'd encountered Jiao Qi race patrols with increased regularity along his journey. As such, he really was rather unconfident about his chances of being able to escape from this area. If he could use a teleportation formation that would take him away from here, then that would naturally be a very attractive option. He didn't have any ties with neither the 13 heavenly cloud races nor the Jiao Qi race, but the violence that the Jiaoqi race had displayed in slaughtering the entirety of Greenlight City indicated to him that even if he were to surrender himself and offer up the jade box, there was no way that they would spare him. In contrast, it seemed that the 13 heavenly cloud races weren't as oppressive toward outsiders, so it would be a good idea to travel to their territory, then slowly try and find a way back to his original continent. Furthermore, he was carrying 2 jade boxes that had to be taken care of, and this Jian Tianmu seemed to be quite an important figure in the myriad ancient race, so perhaps he'd be able to help in that respect. After contemplating all these matters, Han Li nodded as his expression eased, and he said, "All right, in that case, I'll be happy to come along. Please lead the way, fellow Daoist Jia." Jia Tianmu was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Han Li. The spiritual power within the few types of special spirit stones used in his puppets had been completely exhausted, so there was no way that a third-tier upper race being like him would be able to travel to the place where the teleportation formation was situated on his own. However, with Han Li's protection, he would have a far greater chance of getting to his destination without being captured or killed. Thus, Jia Tianmu immediately rose up into the air to recover the puppets that had been taken by the Jiaoqi beings, then stowed the humanoid puppet away before flying into the distance, leading the way for Han Li. 2 streaks of light, one golden and one azure, disappeared into the distance after just a few flashes. In the air above a massive city enshrouded under a yellow light barrier, there were over 100 silver battle arcs of different sizes. These battle's arcs ranged from just over 10,000 feet up to over 100,000 feet in size, and the largest of them were like small cities that hovered above the massive city. Within the largest of the battle arcs, there were a dozen or so spatial tempering stage Jiaoqi beings, and they were standing inside the tallest pavilion on the arc while looking out at the city down below. On a chair behind them sat a pale-skinned young woman with a pair of purplish-golden eyes. This group of beings was currently conversing in hushed tones with one another while pointing down at the massive city. The young woman wore a contemplative expression, seemingly in deep thought about something. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the entrance of the pavilion, following which a streak of red light shot forth toward the young woman. The woman raised an eyebrow as she waved a hand toward the streak of light, and it transformed into a ball of red flames that fell onto her palm. She carried the ball of flames in her hand before seeping her spiritual sense into it. After a short while, her expression darkened, and she said in a cold voice, "What a bunch of useless idiots." Everyone else's hearts stirred upon hearing this, and their conversation ceased as they turned their attention to her. "What's happened, Lady Yin?" a hunchbacked man asked in a careful manner. A group of 7th-tier and 8th-tier upper race beings were deployed to capture that Jia Tianmu, only to all be slain at the scene, and the other teleportation formation couldn't even be activated in the first place, the young woman harumphed coldly in response. "How is that possible? That Jia Tianmu is indeed proficient in puppet refinement, but he's just a mid-tier upper race being. How could he have killed all of the troops we sent after him?" another long-faced woman asked in an incredulous manner. "According to the survivors, someone else was responsible for all this," the young woman replied with a shake of her head. "Someone else? Are there other holy race beings in the area aside from in this flowing water city?" the hunchbacked man exclaimed. "No, not a body integration stage being, but a 7th-tier upper race being instead. That's why I called them a bunch of useless idiots. How did so many of them lose to an opponent of the same cultivation base?" The young woman's voice cooled even further as a hint of rage flashed through her eyes. None of the other beings dared to say anything after witnessing the young woman's fury. "Send a message to Envoy 2 right away, and inform them of the site of the incident. They'll be responsible for capturing Jia Tianmu from now on. We'll focus all our efforts and attention on conquering Flowing Water City." The young woman's words were like cold scathing blades. "Envoy 2 has other missions to attend to," surely he wouldn't be willing to come here. Someone said in a careful manner. Just tell him that the one who saved Jia Tianmu is the being that he wants to capture, and he'll have no choice but to take over this mission, the woman replied as she cast an indifferent glance toward the one who had just spoken. The one who saved Jia Tianmu is the same being that Envoy 2 wants to capture. Everyone was quite startled to hear this. Alright, that's enough of this matter. What we have to do now is conquer this city within the next 3 days. After that, Golden Armor City will be completely on its own, and it'll be as good as ours when that time comes. All of you, just act according to the plan, the woman instructed. Yes, all of other high-grade Jiao Qi beings replied with respectful bows. After that, they departed from the pavilion and flew back to the battle arcs that they were operating. 2 hours later, all of the battle arcs began to shimmer with spiritual light and emit bursts of ear-splitting rumbling following an order from the young woman. Countless armored warriors, twin-headed giant falcons, and hundreds of winged WIRMs surge out of the battle arcs, forming an orderly formation in the air, surrounding the entire giant city in a watertight manner. Following the emergence of this Jiao Qi race army, a series of puppets of different colors also flew out of the battle arcs. Most of these puppets were humanoid with the smallest comparable in size to a normal person, while the largest were over 100 feet tall each. There were only 3 beastly puppets among them, and each of them were over 1,000 feet in size. One of them had the appearance of a giant turtle, but had 3 heads, and a shell that was filled with thick and sharp spikes. Another one had the body of an ape and the head of a tiger with a pair of massive golden deer antlers. The third one was a flying ant-like puppet, and not only was it the largest of the 3, its body was entirely pristine white, as if it had been refined from crystal. Seeing as the Jiao Qi beings were preparing to launch a large-scale attack, the entire city was cast into a frenzy. Through the massive light barrier, one could see that a series of formations had lit up across many locations within the city. Immediately thereafter, thick pillars of light rose up from the formations, injecting themselves into the light barrier in the air above. The light barrier instantly began to shimmer as a series of runes emerged from it, each of which was around 10 feet in size. At the same time, countless humanoid figures flew out of some of the buildings in the city, many of which immediately hurtled toward the formations that had just lit up. Attack! The young woman on the largest battle commanded, and the 3 largest beastly puppets led the charge. Spiritual light swirled around the giant turtle's shell, following which countless thick pillars of light instantly shot forth. Meanwhile, the tiger-headed ape beast opened its mouth to blast forth a golden pillar of light, within which the sounds of howling winds and explosive thunder could be heard. As for the giant crystalline ant, it also opened its mouth, but it expelled a vast expanse of dense green mist that swept through the air instead. Immediately thereafter, brilliant spiritual light radiated from the undersides of the battle arcs as pillars of light came raining down in a torrential downpour. All of a sudden, rumbling booms rang out incessantly like a relentless string of thunderclaps. Deep within the belly of a massive mountain, there was a dim hall in which everything was only barely visible. The entire area was deathly silent, and it seemed that no one had frequented this place for many years. However, a short while later, white light suddenly flashed within the hall, following which a formation that was several tens of feet in size appeared at the center of the hall. Spiritual light flashed amid a low buzzing sound, and 2 blurry humanoid figures emerged within the formation. One of them was a remarkably young man in a set of azure robes, while the other was a being with long disheveled hair that obscured half of his face. These 2 were none other than Han Li and Jia Tianmu. This place is extremely discreet and obscure, and this teleportation formation that was constructed here by our myriad ancient race cannot be used unless it's during a crisis. As the years have passed, fewer and fewer people know about it. Where we are now is already outside of the area taken over by the Jiao Qi race, and it's only several days of flight away from the third largest city of our 13 heavenly cloud races, Cloud City, Jia Tianmu said with a smile. He then swept a hand through the air, casting an incantation seal onto a gem that was embedded onto a nearby wall. Spiritual light instantly flashed within the entire hall as a dozen or so locations on the walls lit up in unison, illuminating the entire room. Han Li inspected his surroundings to find that this hall was only just over 1,000 feet in size, and it had been entirely paved with massive stones that were azure and white in color. It appeared to be quite ordinary and mundane, but the entire place was spotlessly clean. Thus, he nodded, and said in an indifferent manner, "It does indeed appear that it's been a very long time since someone's been here. By the way, this cloud city seems to be quite an important one to your 13 heavenly cloud races. I've heard that even the Grand Elder of your myriad ancient race has arrived there." "Oh. You're aware of this as well, fellow Daoist Han." He, not only is Cloud City the third largest city in the 13 heavenly cloud races, it's also been constructed in a very unique manner, so it's quite a renowned city. It's also the closest major city to the army deployed by the Jiaoqi race, and when the true battle finally commences, Cloud City will be the place where all of the powerful beings of our 13 races will gather, Jia Tianmu explained with a smile. "That's good to hear. The city must be quite a big one for it to be so renowned. I just so happen to be looking for a large city so I can do some things," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. "I have a temporary cave abode in Cloud City, so I'm technically half a landlord there. If you have something you need to do, just come and find me. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you with any overly important tasks, but I should be able to lend you a hand if you're just running a few errands here and there," Jia Tianmu offered. After witnessing Han Li slay several beings of the same cultivation base as himself so easily, Jia Tianmu had naturally already deduced that Han Li was no ordinary upper race being. As such, even though he had already escaped from the area under the control of the Jiaoqi race, he still wanted to try and befriend Han Li. "Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Daoist Jia. Perhaps I really will require your assistance with some matters." Han Li made no effort to turn down Jia Tianmu's proposal. Cloud City is currently in quite a sensitive state at the moment, so it won't be easy for beings outside of the 13 heavenly cloud races to enter the city. In particular, it'll be difficult to request entry for new faces like you. However, I've seen you slay several upper race Jiaoqi beings, so I can certainly vouch for you. But then again, things will obviously be made a lot easier if you join our myriad ancient race. How about you become a guest member of our race? I have some speaking rights in our myriad ancient race, and I can directly recommend you to our elders. With your powers, you'll definitely be held in high regard by our race. On top of that, the benefits you'll receive from becoming a guest member of our race are quite exorbitant. If you want to get something done in Cloud City, it'll be a lot easier for you as a guest member of the myriad ancient race," Jia Tianmu chuckled. "Thank you for the offer, Brother Jai, but I can't guarantee that I'll be staying in Cloud City for long, so I'll consider this matter another time," Han Li replied after a brief pause. "That's true, we should focus on getting to Cloud City first and consider these matters later. I have a few close friends in the city that I can introduce you to when we get there," Jia Tianmu said in a warm and inviting manner. Han Li nodded in response, but didn't say anything in reply. Thus, the two of them strode out of the teleportation formation and rushed toward the gates of the hall. After pushing open the gates, a bluestone passageway was revealed to them, and the passageway led upward in a winding manner. Han Li and Jia Tianmu instantly transformed into two streaks of light that disappeared into the passageway in a flash. Moments later, a ball of white light and a streak of azure light flew out of a large mountain, then hurtled into the distance. Han Li didn't find this to be strange. Instead, he'd be quite surprised if he could glean the internal structure of such a mysterious object so easily. If you're carrying any metallic treasures or materials, make sure not to go within a 10,000 feet distance of those balls. Otherwise, everything of a metallic nature that you're carrying will be forcibly taken and devoured by those things. On top of that, Cloud City won't hand out any reparations for the losses incurred as a result of this, Jia Tianmu cautioned. Is that so? Hanli was quite surprised to hear this. He glanced at the beings around him who were cautiously avoiding the giant balls, and he was already almost fully convinced that Jia Tianmu was telling the truth. Shifting his gaze elsewhere, Hanli discovered that there were many beings flying toward a massive city gate of Cloud City. There were several tens of guards wearing the suits of armor at the city gate, and all of them were standing on either side of the gate with serious expressions on their faces, conducting examinations on all beings that intended to enter the city. These thorough examinations were only aimed at cultivators looking to enter the city, while those leaving the city were completely ignored. All of the guards were covered head to toe in suits of armor, but it was quite apparent that they were all of different shapes and sizes, and seemed to hail from different races. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, but he continued onward, and after a short while, he arrived at the city gate along with Jia Tianmu. There were a dozen or so other beings that also descended at this moment, and all of them seemed to be preparing to undergo examination. The so-called examination merely consisted of several guards holding strange-looking discs and scanning them over the unfamiliar faces that were trying to enter the city. At the same time, another being was holding another object, recording some things into that object while listening to the verdicts delivered by his companions. No light barriers or restrictions of that nature could be seen in the air above Cloud City. However, the sky was completely clear without anyone daring to try and fly over the city walls that were thousands of feet tall. On this occasion, Jia Tianmu didn't explain anything. Instead, he merely smiled and suddenly made his way directly toward the guards at the city gate. In the process, he was jumping the line, and all of the beings ahead of him were naturally quite displeased by his actions. However, most of these beings were only at the foundation establishment stage or core formation stage. Hence, all of them hurriedly put away their enraged expressions after discovering with their spiritual sense that Jia Tianmu was an upper race being. The beings in the line didn't dare to do anything, but that didn't apply to the guards at the city gates, and all of them immediately turned to Jia Tianmu with cold expressions on their faces. These guards all possessed comparable or even superior cultivation bases to Jia Tianmu, yet he remained completely unflustered as he swept a sleeve through the air. A palm-sized black badge instantly flew forth from within, heading directly toward one of the guards. The guard faltered initially upon seeing this, but he quickly recomposed himself before catching the badge and focusing his gaze on it. At the same time, Jia Tianmu's lips tremored slightly, and even though he wasn't saying anything, it was quite clear that he was using a voice transmission technique. The scenes that unfolded next left all of the beings in the line completely flabbergasted. After catching a clear glimpse of the badge in his hand, an astonished look appeared on the guard's face, and after hearing Jia Tianmu's voice transmission, he hurriedly stepped forward to return Jia Tianmu's badge to him with both hands. He then extended a respectful bow, and said, "Greetings, Master Jia of the Myriad Ancient Race, please come in. The elders of the Myriad Ancient Race have instructed us well in advance to take you to the Heavenly Dawn Pavilion to see them as soon as you arrive. Seeing as we can't eliminate the possibility that there could be Jiao Qi race spies in the city, we'll be sending a few guards to accompany you to the Heavenly Dawn Pavilion." Oh. The elders are already in the Heavenly Dawn Pavilion. I was going to go and see them anyway. As for guards, don't worry about it. With fellow Daoist Han to accompany me, I'll be fine as long as I don't get attacked by body integration stage beings. Fellow Daoist Han isn't a heavenly cloud being, so prepare a free identity badge of the highest level for him. I can personally vouch for him, Jia Tianmu commanded as he accepted his badge from the guard. Yes, Master Jia. The guard faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately nodding in response. At this moment, Hanli also strode over in an unhurried manner. The guards instantly waved the discs in their hands toward him, and Hanli sensed a burst of extremely faint spiritual pressure erupt from the strange round discs. Immediately thereafter, several bursts of spiritual sense emanated from the guards' bodies before combining as one, then sweeping toward Hanli's body. A hint of surprise appeared in Hanli's eyes. This was the first time that he had seen a technique that allowed the spiritual sense of several people to be combined as one. As expected of one of the core cities of the 13 heavenly cloud races, even the guards at the city gates were capable of using such an incredible secret technique. After examining Hanli's cultivation base, all of the guards were filled with a sense of awe and veneration. Seventh-tier upper race beings were quite rare, even among the 13 heavenly cloud races. The guards were all quite relieved after verifying that their discs hadn't detected any Jiao Qi race bloodline within Hanli's body, and one of them said, "Senior, seeing as Master Jiao is vouching for you and you've passed our preliminary examination, we'll be issuing you a high-grade identity badge right away. With this badge, you'll be able to go anywhere in Cloud City aside from a few secret and forbidden areas." "Thanks for your hard work," Hanli replied in a benevolent manner. The deity transformation stage guard waved his hands in response and no longer mentioned anything about sending guards to accompany Jia Tianmu. It was quite clear that in his mind, a 7th-tier upper race being like Hanli was more than enough to ensure Jia Tianmu's safety. Moments later, the guards refined a jade badge that contained some basic information about Hanli before handing it over to him. After that, the guards all stepped aside to open up a path between them, and Jia Tianmu strode into the city with Hanli following behind him in an unhurried manner. Fellow Daoist Jia, what kind of secret technique did they use just then to combine their spiritual sense as one? Wouldn't such an extraordinary technique be extremely effective in battle? Hanli suddenly asked after they'd entered the city. That's the spirit condensing technique. It is indeed quite an extraordinary secret technique created by the Azure race, but a strict set of prerequisites must be satisfied before the technique can be cultivated. Not only do the cultivators involved have to be brothers related by blood, their cultivation arts and cultivation bases also have to be extremely closely matched before they can unleash this technique. In contrast with all of the other heavenly cloud races, most Azure beings are born as conjoined siblings, where it's quite common even for 6 or 7 siblings to be conjoined as a single being. However, after they grow up a little, they'll be able to split up, and Azure beings are stationed at all 4 city gates of Cloud City to conduct examinations on all those seeking to enter the city. After unleashing their spirit condensing technique, even beings of a far superior cultivation base to theirs wouldn't be able to hide anything from them, Jia Tianmu explained with a smile. Hanli was a little disappointed to hear this, but he then decided that it certainly couldn't hurt to reference such an extraordinary technique as that could assist him in his own cultivation. With that in mind, he said, "I see. Looks like my knowledge is rather lacking. I really am quite interested in that technique, though. Would you happen to know how to cultivate it, fellow Daoist Jia?" The Azure race holds the spirit condensing technique in extremely high regard, so there won't be many copies of the cultivation method circulating outside their race. However, I should be able to find a way to get my hands on a copy. If you really want one, I'll get someone to secure a copy for you, Jia Tianmu replied. You have my thanks, fellow Daoist Jia, Hanli said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. Ha, don't mention it. You saved my life, so this is the least I can do. I have to go and visit the elders of our myriad ancient race, so I won't be able to accompany you any longer. This is the location of my cave abode. You can come and visit in a few days for the sentient puppet I promised you earlier. Truth be told, I only have 2 or 3 puppets of such a high caliber in my cave abode, and I have to secure approval from the elders before I can give one away to an outsider. However, rest assured, I have some status in the myriad ancient race, so I'll definitely be granted approval with no issues, Jia Tianmu said with a smile as he handed over a stone tablet to Han Li. At this point, the two of them had already arrived in the city. Up ahead was a wide street that was lined with shops on both sides and filled with different types of beings. It wasn't exactly lively and bustling, but it certainly wasn't a ghost town either. Han Li accepted the stone tablet and inspected its contents in a cursory manner using spiritual sense, then smiled as he replied, "All right, I also have some matters to take care of, so let's part ways here." Cloud City is not just inhabited by heavenly cloud beings, but also many foreign beings as well, some of whom have stayed here for thousands of years. As such, aside from some temporary dwellings, there are also cave abodes available to be rented. The rental fees are very high, but seeing as you're not planning to stay here for long anyway, those costs shouldn't be an issue to you. Also, make sure that you don't fight anyone or use your spiritual power in the city for no good reason. Otherwise, if you're caught doing so by the restrictions in the city, you'll be banished if you're lucky, and in worst-case scenarios, you could even have your cultivation base completely disabled. Even the elders of our 13 heavenly cloud races have to abide by this rule. Alright, that's enough rambling from me, I'll be taking my leave now. After delivering some final words of caution, Jia Tianmu turned and departed. Han Li looked on as Jia Tianmu hailed a spirit carriage that was being drawn by a pair of deer-like spirit beasts, then got onto the carriage and traveled away. Only then did he withdraw his gaze before carefully appraising his surroundings. This place really did live up to its status as one of the major cities of the 13 heavenly cloud races. Not only were there countless buildings lining the streets here, all of them were of different styles, and there were virtually no two buildings that were exactly the same. Some of these buildings were mountainous structures over 1,000 feet tall while others were only several tens of feet tall, yet all of them were extremely intricately crafted. Some of them were quite square and angular, resembling the pavilions often seen in the human race, some were like giant trees that were shimmering with green light. It didn't take long for Han Li to become extremely intrigued by this city. As the name suggested, the 13 heavenly cloud races were comprised of 13 different races, yet ever since countless years ago, they lived together in harmony, advancing and coexisting as a single entity. If it weren't for the fact that they were objectively different beings with different bloodlines, they could almost be seen as one massive race. None of the 13 heavenly cloud races were anywhere near powerful enough to face a colossus like the Jiaoqi race on their own, but their combined powers were comparable with the top races of the spirit realm. This was why the 13 heavenly cloud races had managed to exist up to this point, despite their close proximity to the territory of the Jiaoqi race. In reality, battles would break out on the borders between the Jiaoqi race and the heavenly cloud races quite regularly. Either the Jiaoqi race took over some more of the heavenly cloud race's territory, or the latter recovered some of their lost land. Of course, under most circumstances, the Jiaoqi race still came out on top. However, the 13 heavenly cloud races were constantly backing up one another, so they hadn't suffered any decisive losses. As such, the heavenly cloud races weren't surprised by the sudden attack from the Jiaoqi race. Instead, they were able to react quickly and calmly, gathering up their powerful beings in preparation to deal their enemies a heavy retaliative blow. This information had all been disclosed whether intentionally or unintentionally by Jia Tianmu during their conversations on the way here. According to Jia Tianmu, the heavenly cloud races had quite a vast territory, and the Jiaoqi race wasn't the only powerful neighbor. There was also the night race, which was not inferior in power to the 13 heavenly cloud races, as well as the slightly weaker explosion race. Of course, there were also many small races in the nearby area, but the only way for them to survive was to join one of the more powerful races. Otherwise, they would either be completely wiped out or forced to find another home far away. This gave Hanley a general understanding of the situation surrounding the races in this area. At present, he was examining the streets in the city while slowly advancing and contemplating about what he was going to do next. His target was undoubtedly to find a teleportation formation that could take him back to the Tianyuan continent. However, there was no way that a single being could own a teleportation formation of such a high caliber. Instead, it was most likely under the control of a certain major power. In that case, he had no choice but to liaise with the higher-ups of that major power if he wanted to use their teleportation formation. This was why he hadn't rejected Jia Tianmu's invitation to Cloud City. However, he was going to make up his mind about whether he was going to approach the higher-ups of the Heavenly Cloud races after he had gathered enough information. His top priority now was to find a place to stay in the city, then slowly search for some leads. Having made up his mind, Hanley no longer hesitated any further. He glanced at the shops around him, then picked one to visit that was similar in its design to a human pavilion. The shop wasn't very large and only had 2 levels. From the wares being sold on the shelves, it appeared that this was a very ordinary general store. The shopkeeper was a green-skinned being who was sitting on a chair behind the counter, and he immediately rose to his feet with a smile on his face at the sight of Hanley. "What can I help you with, Senior?" "We sell several types of specialty local products from Cloud City, as well as maps, general appliances." This foreign being appeared to be in his 40s, and even though he was only at the foundation establishment stage, he displayed no fear in the presence of Hanley. After extending a polite salute, he launched into a well-rehearsed spiel to advertise his wares. This wasn't particularly surprising. After all, at his lowly cultivation base, he most likely couldn't even tell the difference between a nascent soul and spatial tempering cultivator. Furthermore, there were countless beings who were far more powerful than him in Cloud City, so he was most likely already accustomed to being in the presence of beings that were unfathomably powerful to him. Hanley glanced at the shopkeeper before suddenly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A mid-grade spirit stone flew out from within as he said, "Get me the most detailed map of Cloud City you have. On top of that, I also have some things that I want to inquire about." The shopkeeper's smile immediately widened with elation as he caught the spirit stone, and he brought over a red stone tablet from one of the shelves in the shop as he said, "This is the best map in my store, and I'll be sure to answer your questions to the best of my abilities, Senior." A short while later, Hanley emerged from the shop with a calm expression on his face. He hailed a beast-drawn carriage on the street, then gave the driver an address before closing his eyes to meditate in the carriage. The driver immediately spurred on the beast-drawn carriage to rush down the street. 4 hours later, after passing through countless streets, the carriage finally carried Hanley to the nearest corner of the Cloud City and stopped in front of a strange massive building. Hanley tossed a few spirit stones over to the driver before disembarking from the carriage and looking up at the building in a calm manner. This was a tall hill-like building that had been entirely constructed from a yellow sand-like material. The building was over 10,000 feet, countless times taller than the other buildings nearby. Furthermore, there were several tens of rooms of different sizes littered all over the building, and the occasional being could be seen drifting in and out of the doors. This was like a giant wasp's net when appraised from afar. Hanley stood on the spot in a slight stupor for a long while before finally casting his gaze downward at a large wide-open entrance at the base of the building. There was a strange character inscribed on the wall on either side of the entrance, and even with the vast number of foreign languages that Hanley had mastered, he was completely unable to decipher what those characters meant. Following a brief hesitation, Hanley stroked his chin before striding toward the entrance. After making his way into the building, he found himself in an extraordinarily spacious hall. The hall was over 2,000 feet in size, and the walls and ground were all paved with beautiful green jade. There were also rows of flower pots that were several feet tall positioned along the walls, and within those pots were planted all types of vibrant spirit flowers and spirit herbs. At the center of the hall was a dilapidated black wooden table, on top of which was sprawled a man with snowy white hair in a set of long gray robes. The man was lying there in a completely motionless manner, seemingly in a deep slumber. Hanli made his way over to the table and said, "Find me one of your more secluded rooms. I want to stay here for a few days." Hanli's voice wasn't very loud, but it was like a loud thunderclap in the elderly man's ears, and he was instantly jerked awake. "Ah, welcome. I'll find a room for you right away, senior." The elderly man shuddered before sitting bolt upright, then hurriedly pulling out a shimmering white treasure that bore the appearance of an accounts book and quickly searching through it. Hanli's brows furrowed upon seeing this. This elderly man was a cultivator as well, so why he's so on alert? It appeared that he wasn't pretending earlier and really had fallen asleep. Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, he cast a glance at the elderly man's face, upon which his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, You're senior marshal brother Xiang. Why are you here?" The sickly old man was none other than the Xiang Zhili, who had entered the spatial node in the human world ahead of Hanli. His soul lamp had been snuffed out along with those of Old Devil Who, Eccentric Wind, and the others not long after they'd entered the spatial node, so he should be dead. That was why Hanli was so stunned to see him alive here. The elderly man abruptly faltered upon hearing Hanli's words, and only after a short while did he slowly raise his head to look up at Hanli. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, it really is you," the elderly man murmured with a peculiar expression that was caught somewhere between a smile and a grimace. "Yes, it's me. Why are your cultivation base and aura so?" Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward Xiang Zhili, upon which a confused look appeared on his face. Xiang Zhili had been a deity transformation cultivator even back in the human world, yet his cultivation base had since regressed to the core formation stage, and his aura was extremely feeble, as if his body had sustained severe damage. Xiang Zhili stared blankly at Hanli for a long while before a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him, and he hurriedly rose to his feet as he said, "Junior Marshal Brother, you also came to the spirit realm through a spatial node, right? You seem to have progressed significantly in your cultivation as well. This is not the place to talk, there won't be any customers anytime soon anyway, so come with me and we'll talk elsewhere." He then led Hanli toward a door situated on the side of the hall, and Hanli hesitated momentarily before following along. After entering through the door, the two of them arrived in a long corridor, on either side of which a series of exotic plants were growing. Xiang Zhili didn't lead Hanli very far before pushing open a nearby stone door and inviting Hanli into the room. "Take a seat, Junior Marshal Brother. Never would I have thought that I'd see you again in my life. In my current state, I'm almost too embarrassed to be in your presence." Xiang Zhili chuckled with a wry smile as they both took a seat. His voice was very dejected and sullen, and he seemed to only be a shadow of his former self. "What happened to you in the spatial node all those years ago? Are the other two still alive?" Hanli asked. "Eccentric Wind and Old Devil Who both died. We were extremely unlucky and encountered multiple spatial storms along the way. On the last occasion, 2 spatial storms stacked on top of one another, and I was the only survivor among us 3. However, I'd lost almost all of my cultivation base from unleashing too many secret techniques in quick succession in order to save myself. What little cultivation base I have now is a result of many years of arduous cultivation." Xiang Zhili sighed in a resigned manner. The spatial node was indeed an extremely perilous place, so the fact that you survived is very much a silver lining on an otherwise dark cloud. However, the soul lamp that you'd left in the human world had already snuffed out, and why are you here on the Thunder Continent as opposed to in human territory?" Hanli asked. Thus, Xiang Zhili picked out a relatively secluded room for Hanli to stay in before returning to the hall. Hanli set up a restriction within the room, then sat down in a cross-legged manner and fell into deep thought. The fact that he'd encountered Xiang Zhili here forced him to reconsider some things. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.